SleepMatters. The sleep switch. What if your mind had a hidden button that instantly made everything go quiet? Picture yourself lying in bed. The lights are out, the world around you is silent, and yet your brain feels louder than ever. Thoughts overlap. What happened today? What needs to be done tomorrow? The memory of something embarrassing from 3 years ago. The voice inside your head keeps flipping through mental tabs like a browser you forgot to close. You try harder to sleep, and in doing so, you make it worse. The harder you try, the more alert you become. What if the secret was to stop trying? What if falling asleep was not about effort but about surrender? This is where the concept of the sleep switch enters. It is not a literal button, but a mental shift. The moment you stop chasing sleep and instead pretend that you have already fallen into it, something strange happens. The chatter fades, the tension in your chest eases, your breath slows down. It is as if your mind, sensing that sleep is no longer being pursued, drops its guard and lets the gates open. You are no longer the hunter. You become the fog, spreading quietly across the hills of your consciousness. Now imagine this. You are in a room with a lamp. This lamp is your awareness. As long as it is turned on, your thoughts are illuminated, casting shadows on the walls. But the room does not need light anymore. You walk up to the switch. It is not labeled. There is no drama. You just reach out and flick it down, not forcefully, not urgently, just a smooth, silent action. In that instant, the room dims and you stop seeing. You start sensing. This switch exists inside you, and activating it begins not by forcing silence, but by inviting darkness. This trick lies in mentally telling yourself that you are already asleep. You breathe as if sleep has already taken over. You let your eyelids relax like someone who has surrendered. You stop reacting to the thoughts and simply observe them like bubbles rising in a lake. You do not chase them. You do not argue. You just let them appear and vanish. Over time, fewer bubbles rise. The surface stills. Sleep, like a patient guest, sits down beside you. There is an old idea in psychology called paradoxical intention. It means that when you stop trying so hard to do something and instead do the opposite, the original goal comes more easily. This is the foundation of the sleep switch. You stop telling yourself that you need to fall asleep. Instead, you tell yourself that you are already resting. You are already there. There is nothing more to be done. Just like a bird that stops flapping and glides on the wind, your mind lets go of its need to control. This does not mean you fake it. It means you shift from doing to being. You feel your body, not in an intense way, but in a gentle scan. You sense the weight of your legs, the softness of the pillow, the way your breath moves, without you having to do anything. You focus not on thoughts, but on sensations, not on the stories in your head, but on the silence between them. And when your mind begins to wander, you gently bring it back to the feeling of being already asleep. The sleep switch can also be triggered through repetition, a quiet phrase, something like, "I am resting now." You say it in your mind, slowly, like a whisper that echoes into the distance, over and over. Not as a command, but as a rhythm. Not to force sleep, but to become part of it. Each repetition slows you down. Each breath carries you closer. There is no countdown, no pressure, no expectation, just a process of settling. Just like how leaves fall one by one until the branch is bare, your thoughts too begin to fall away. You do not chase the moment of falling asleep. You let it come to you, and eventually it does, silently, gently, like a curtain drawn across the stage of your waking mind. So tonight, when you lie down and find your thoughts too loud to sleep, do not fight them. Do not force them away. Just find the switch. It is not hidden. It is not far. It is in your breath, in your stillness, in your ability to say, "I am already at peace." Then let it happen. Not as a task, not as a goal, but as a return to something you always knew how to do. Just sleep. Mind drift. Imagine you are on a boat drifting across a quiet lake, with no control over where you are going. You are lying in bed, but in your mind, you are not in your room. You are floating. There is a lake that goes on endlessly. The water is dark and calm. You sit alone in a small boat, no motor, no paddles. Just you, the soft movement of water beneath you, and the sky above turning slowly into stars. This is not a dream. This is the place your mind goes when you let it drift, the place where thoughts are not forced, where control fades, and where sleep waits patiently. Mind drift is a technique, but more than that, it is a decision to stop steering, to stop directing your thoughts like a traffic cop. You let go. You let your mind go wherever it wants. You do not argue with it. You do not pull it back. If it goes to something silly, let it. If it thinks of a random moment from childhood, let it. If it plays scenes from a movie you half remember, let it. The key is not to interrupt. You simply sit back in that mental boat and observe. The more you do this, the further the thoughts get from your conscious reach. They blur, they blend, they become half dreams, and then you are no longer awake. When people say, "Clear your mind," they often misunderstand what that means. The mind does not like being emptied. It does not like being forced into silence. But it does love to wander, to meander like wind through trees. So instead of trying to stop the thinking, you guide it loosely, like releasing a balloon and watching where it floats. Imagine again that lake. Every thought that bubbles up is like a ripple on the surface. But instead of trying to flatten the water, you let the ripples pass. You watch them, then look away. You let yourself drift farther. The boat moves without direction, but it is always moving toward something softer, something slower. You can do this in bed. You close your eyes, take a breath, and start the drift. Maybe you imagine walking through a forest, maybe a quiet market street, maybe a planet you just invented. You follow the image without control. If it changes, let it. If it disappears, let that happen too. The less you try to fix the journey, the more your mind softens. It is like the brain slowly shifting gears, from control to curiosity, from alertness to surrender. Drifting is not about getting somewhere. It is about forgetting that you needed to get anywhere at all. You fall asleep not because you found the exit, but because you stopped looking for one. And in that surrender you are gone, not in danger, not in chaos, just in the deep safety of drifting where nothing demands your attention anymore. Only sleep remains. Let it take you. The 4-7-8 breather. What if there was a rhythm that could unlock the door to sleep? You are lying still. The lights are off. But your heart feels loud. Your chest feels tight. It is like your body is wired while your mind begs for rest. In that moment, control seems impossible. But what if all you needed was a rhythm? A breath that reclaims peace like music reclaims silence. 4 seconds in, hold for 7, breathe out for 8. That is the entire method. But inside those numbers lies something powerful. It slows your heart. It quiets your nervous system. It is a whisper to your body saying, "You are safe now." Start by inhaling through your nose for 4 seconds, not a deep breath, just enough to feel the air travel in. Then, hold that breath. Count slowly to 7. Feel your body hold still, not tense, just paused. Then open your lips and breathe out slowly. Take 8 seconds to let it all go. Do not rush. Let the air leave like water from a gently tilted glass. You repeat this again and again, not to force sleep, but to return to rhythm. Because your body understands rhythm better than words. It responds to repetition. It begins to trust the pattern. And while you focus on this simple process, the noise fades. The overthinking, the worries, the questions, they all begin to slow. Because you are no longer giving them fuel, your attention has been redirected to something ancient. Breathing, the first and last thing you ever do. With each breath, your body melts deeper into the mattress. Your muscles no longer cling to your bones. Your jaw loosens. Your forehead softens. You are no longer in a world of thoughts. You are in a world of flow. In, hold, out, again, in, hold, out. It becomes less of a technique and more of a lullaby, a quiet chant in the language of your body. And if you keep going, something begins to change. Your mind, once busy, begins to lose interest in its own noise. It drifts away. It yawns. It slips. And then you are no longer counting. You are gone. Let sleep have you. Cognitive shuffle. Imagine if thinking random thoughts could actually help you fall asleep. You are lying in bed with your eyes closed. The room is dark. The world outside is still. But your mind? It refuses to slow down. It keeps circling around the same things. You remember what someone said. You replay something that went wrong. You start making a list for tomorrow. You try to stop. But every time you push one thought away, another one takes its place. Your brain is stuck in a loop. Overthinking, analyzing, predicting. What if the way out of that loop is not to stop thinking, but to think differently? Imagine your mind is a deck of cards, and all the cards right now are the same. They are all about stress, plans, memories, or worries. What happens if you shuffle the deck? Suddenly, the order is broken. You get a red card, a green card, a picture of a dog, then a door, then a ladder. None of it connects. And that is exactly what your mind needs. Cognitive shuffle is based on this idea. You fill your mind with unrelated images, strange ones, simple ones. Things that do not connect. A spoon, a balloon, a tree, a mountain, a lemon, a violin. You do not tell a story. You do not try to build meaning. You just imagine each object, one after the other. Let it appear. Hold it for a second or two. Then let it disappear. The moment it feels like a story is forming, you stop. You switch again. It might sound too simple, but your brain works in patterns. When you think about sleep, and you cannot sleep, your brain starts making that a pattern too. It treats your bed like a place for thinking instead of resting. But when you fill your mind with random thoughts, your brain does not know what to do. It gives up the need to analyze. And when it stops analyzing, it relaxes. And when it relaxes, it falls asleep. So you lie in bed and say in your mind, apple. You picture a red apple, then you switch. Ladder. Picture a wooden ladder, then cloud. You see a soft cloud in the sky. Pencil. Train. Candle. You go on like this. Each image is simple, each one clear, but none of them connect. You are not trying to solve a puzzle. You are not telling a story. You are simply letting pictures come and go like clouds across the sky. This breaks the loop of overthinking. It turns down the mental noise. It confuses the part of your brain that loves to stay alert. And as it tries to follow the randomness, it begins to tire. Not because you forced it, but because you gave it nothing to hold on to. It is like trying to follow a dream where the scenery changes every few seconds. Your conscious mind cannot keep up, and slowly it fades. It drifts. You can use letters if you want. Start with the letter B, and think of 5 words that begin with B. Banana, boat, bear, blanket, book. Then move to M. Mango, mirror, mouse, mountain, map. You can go through the alphabet or pick letters at random. There are no rules, only the rhythm of images rising and falling, never staying long enough to become a thought. Even if a stressful thought appears, you do not push it. You just let the next image take its place. That is the trick. No resistance, no fighting, just redirection. Like a gentle breeze moving your mind from one picture to the next. This technique does not require belief. It just needs practice, and the more you do it, the faster your brain learns what to do. You may not even reach the end of the alphabet. Somewhere between one picture and the next, you will forget to keep going. And that is where sleep begins, in the space where control ends. Let your mind shuffle and drift. Serial diverse imaging. Picture this: a stream of unrelated scenes flowing through your mind, like a movie, with no plot. You lie on your bed, the ceiling above blank and unmoving. Your eyes are closed, but inside your head everything is awake. Your mind wants to talk, to argue, to ask, to repeat. It clings to familiar worries, the same cycle, the same feelings, over and over. But what if you could break the cycle? Not by stopping it, not by controlling it, but by flooding your mind with something too unpredictable to hold on to? That is where serial diverse imaging begins. It is a method where you fill your mind with short bursts of unrelated mental scenes. No logic, no story, just a series of mental images or experiences that jump from one to the next without any reason. A child blowing bubbles in a garden, then a dog chasing its tail, then a woman sitting by a river sketching a tree, then an astronaut floating in space, then an old man flying a kite on the beach. None of it fits together, and that is the secret. Because the part of your mind that keeps you awake, that keeps processing and predicting, needs patterns to stay alive. When you deny it that pattern, it loses focus, it gives up, and what remains is calm. You begin by letting a scene appear. Anything simple. Picture a cup of coffee steaming in the morning light. Smell it. Feel the warmth. Then, let it go. Picture a snowman slowly melting in the sun. Watch the water run down its face. Let it fade. Picture a train station where nobody is talking, only the sound of a bell. Then switch again. A hand picking strawberries. A crow landing on a fence. A child laughing while spinning in circles. Each image is short, just a few seconds. You are not diving deep, you are glancing, tasting, letting your brain sample one thing before moving to the next. You are not guiding the scenes with meaning, you are not asking why. You are just letting them pass like scenery from a train window. This continuous motion keeps your conscious mind busy, but not engaged. You give it just enough to watch, but never enough to grip. It is like offering a puzzle with missing pieces. It tries to solve it, fails, and slowly lets go. Your breathing slows, your muscles soften, and sleep steps closer. You can let the scenes come randomly, or you can use a prompt. Think of a color and imagine 5 things that match it. Blue sky, blue jeans, blue butterfly, blue ocean, blue bird. Then, change the color. Or think of sounds, rain falling, pages turning, footsteps on gravel, a match being struck. The echo of laughter in an empty hallway. Let them flow, let them change. What matters is not the images themselves, it is their diversity, their motion, the way they refuse to create a pattern. That is what turns off the thinker in your head. That is what invites the dreamer. You are not forcing sleep. You are becoming the kind of person sleep visits. Quiet, soft, curious but not chasing, present but not controlling. Even if a real thought comes up, something serious or emotional, you do not need to push it away. You just let the next image appear. Let it take over gently, like changing the channel. You do not have to fight. You only need to keep the stream flowing, and somewhere between one image and the next, you forget you were even imagining. You forget to continue, and in that forgetting, sleep finds you. Let it flow. The paradoxical intention. Imagine trying so hard to stay awake that you accidentally fall asleep. You are lying in bed with your eyes wide open. It is the middle of the night. You have already turned from side to side. Your blanket feels warm, but your thoughts feel louder. You try telling yourself to calm down. You beg your mind to stop thinking. You hope sleep comes soon, but it does not, and the more you want it, the farther it goes. What if you tried the opposite? What if, instead of trying to sleep, you tried to stay awake? Paradoxical intention is a strange but powerful idea. It is the practice of doing the very thing you fear in order to take away its power. In this case, the fear is not being able to fall asleep, The fear is the anxiety that comes with watching the clock and feeling the minutes slip away. But when you tell your mind that you are choosing to stay awake, it becomes confused. The pressure disappears. You are no longer chasing sleep. You are no longer a prisoner to the goal. You are free. So you lie there and think, what if I just keep my eyes open? What if I stay awake all night? You do not panic. You accept it. You even act as if this is your plan. You stop checking the time. You stop caring about what tomorrow will feel like. You stop hoping. You just rest, with eyes open or eyes closed. It does not matter anymore. And the moment your brain senses that you are no longer trying, it begins to relax. There's a part of your mind that only activates under pressure. It is like a security system that scans for threats. When you try too hard to fall asleep, that system thinks something is wrong. So it stays alert. It watches every thought, every breath. But paradoxical intention turns that system off, because you are no longer telling your brain that this moment is a problem. You are not resisting wakefulness. You are accepting it. You are saying, I will stay awake, and that is okay. And then something strange begins to happen. Your body, no longer filled with stress, begins to soften. Your mind, no longer caught in a fight, starts to wander. You are no longer afraid of being awake. You are just being. And in that calm acceptance, sleep sneaks in like a shadow. You do not need to make it a trick. You do not need to fake anything. You just gently shift your intention. When your brain says, we have to sleep now, you say, no, we do not. We can stay up. We can lie here and do nothing. And suddenly, the urgency breaks. The control fades. You do not need to silence your thoughts. You just stop feeding them energy. You can pair this with simple actions. Keep your eyes open gently and stare at the ceiling. Not with tension, not like a challenge. Just soft, natural awareness. Let your eyes get heavy. Let them blink. Let them close on their own. If they stay open, that is fine. If they close, that is fine too. You are not aiming anymore. You are floating, and your breathing follows. You do not force deep breaths. You just let them happen. In, out, as if you are already sleeping. As if this is already the dream. You can even tell yourself softly, I will stay awake, just for a little longer. You say it with no pressure, no weight. And the funny part is, your brain cannot handle this softness. It expects stress. It expects tension, but you give it none. So it surrenders. It is like holding sand in your hand. The tighter you squeeze, the more it slips through your fingers. But if you keep your palm open, it stays. Sleep is like that. You do not grip it. You do not reach. You let it come when it is ready. And when it comes, it will not knock. It will not warn you. It will just be there, quiet, complete, like the end of a sentence you never expected to finish. Let it come, without needing it. Reverse psychology, relaxation. Picture this. What if trying not to relax actually made your body relax more? Imagine being told to stay tense, to clench your fists, to keep your shoulders tight, to make your face stiff, and then you are told to hold it. Keep holding, and then release. What happens? That release feels stronger, deeper, more complete than if you had just tried to relax from the start. It is like your body needed to feel the tension before it truly let it go. Reverse psychology relaxation uses that idea in a subtle way. It invites you to try the opposite of relaxing, not to hurt yourself, not to create stress, but to playfully engage the parts of your body and mind that usually resist sleep. You are not fighting sleep. You are tricking the parts of you that try to stay awake by pretending you want to stay that way. You start with your toes, curl them tightly for a few seconds, hold, then release. You feel the warmth spread out. Then your legs, tense them, lock your knees, hold, release. A wave of softness follows. Now your stomach, pull it in, squeeze, let go, breathe. You are not just relaxing, you are showing your body the contrast, tension followed by release. And in that contrast, relaxation grows stronger. You do this with your hands, with your arms, with your shoulders, even your face. Clench your jaw, squeeze your eyes. Then, let everything drop. Let gravity take over. It is not about effort. It is about letting your body remember what it feels like to truly let go. Now take this same idea and apply it to your thoughts. You tell yourself, I will not sleep. I want to stay up. Let us stay awake all night. You say it with a smile inside your mind. Not serious, not with fear, just as a game. And your brain, confused by this unexpected response, starts to do the opposite. It starts shutting down, because the tension is gone. Your thoughts may still appear. You do not push them away. You let them stay. You say, think as much as you want. Think forever. And the moment you allow them, they start losing power. They shrink. They stop pushing back. You are no longer fighting. You are no longer trapped in control. The mind loves patterns, but it also gets bored. When you repeat this relaxation loop, your body gets bored of staying tense. Your thoughts get bored of staying loud. They start to fade on their own, and what remains is silence. A soft silence, like the sound of a river in the distance. You can add a phrase to this game, something like, keep thinking, or stay awake. You say it like a whisper, again and again, not to trick yourself, but to take away the seriousness, and when the seriousness is gone, your body drops into calm. This is not magic. It is permission. Permission to stop trying, to let your body play, to let your mind laugh. And slowly, through these small reversals, you slip into something deeper. Your breathing slows, your heartbeat softens, and you do not even notice when sleep arrives, because you were not chasing it. You were letting it find you. Hypnotic Countdown. Imagine walking down a staircase where every step takes you deeper into sleep. You are lying down with your eyes closed. The world outside is quiet, but your mind is not. It is thinking. It is remembering. It is worrying. And no matter how tired your body feels, your thoughts keep moving. What if instead of trying to stop them, you gave them a path to follow? Not a real path, but an imagined one. A staircase that does not exist in the world, but only in your mind. And with every step down, your thoughts grow softer, your body grows heavier, and sleep moves closer. The hypnotic countdown is exactly that, a simple method where you slowly count backward, and with each number, you visualize yourself going deeper into rest. You can picture steps, or an elevator, or clouds getting darker, anything that gives your brain a sense of descent, because the mind responds to symbols, and going down feels like sinking, falling, drifting, the same way we fall asleep. Start from 10. Say it in your mind, 10. And see yourself taking one step down. You feel your feet touch the step. You feel the cool air. 9. Another step. Your shoulders drop. 8. The air feels softer now. 7. Your arms loosen. 6. You start forgetting what you were thinking about. 5. The colors fade. 4. Your breath slows. 3. You do not feel your hands anymore. 2. The staircase disappears. 1. You are gone. You can slow it down. Stay with each number longer. Add details. Maybe with each step you hear a soft sound. Maybe a bell. Maybe wind. Maybe silence. You imagine your body growing heavier with each number, like gravity is gently pulling you closer to the earth. There is no rush, no pressure. If your thoughts return, you gently restart the count. 10. Again. You are not failing. You are just returning. And over time, your brain begins to associate the countdown with sleep. It becomes a signal, like a lullaby that only your mind can hear. The more often you do it, the faster it works. The words themselves lose meaning. They become rhythm, and the rhythm becomes rest. There is something comforting about counting. It is simple, predictable, safe. It gives your mind something to do that does not demand energy, that does not ask for answers, that just leads you, step by step, to quietness. Let yourself be led. Let yourself fall. The military method. Picture this moment. You are in a war zone, and you only have 2 minutes to fall asleep. Now imagine you are in a place where sleep is rare. A battlefield, a noisy barracks, a moving truck. But your body needs rest, even if the world around you is not peaceful. This is what soldiers face. And this is why the military method was created. A way to fall asleep quickly, no matter where you are. A routine that quiets the mind and relaxes the body in less than 2 minutes. It was tested and used by the army for years. And now, it is something anyone can use. It starts with your face. You close your eyes. You loosen your forehead. Let it become soft. Your jaw relaxes. Your tongue rests gently. No pressure. No effort. Just ease. You do not hold any expressions. You let go of your identity. Just for now. Then you drop your shoulders. Let them sink. Let them fall away from your neck. Your arms go heavy. Your hands rest by your sides or on your chest. You feel the weight of your limbs. You are not holding anything anymore. Next is your chest. You breathe in, gently. You breathe out, slowly. Let your lungs relax. Your stomach rises and falls without tension. Your breathing becomes shallow, soft, almost invisible. Then your legs. First, the right. Let it melt into the bed. Then the left. Let it disappear. You are not your body anymore. You are something else, something watching, something drifting. Now comes the mind. The hardest part. You imagine something calm, a lake, still water, no sound. Or you picture yourself in a hammock, floating, swaying gently in warm air. If a thought appears, you do not fight it. You say to yourself, do not think, do not think, do not think. Repeat it, not as a command, but as a rhythm, a whisper that blocks the noise. This method works because it trains your brain to associate these steps with sleep. Over time, it becomes automatic, like flipping a switch. The body follows the mind, and the mind follows the pattern. It is not magic. It is practice. Even if it does not work right away, you are teaching your system how to shut down. You are giving it a language it can understand. And when the language becomes familiar, sleep comes faster. This is what soldiers learn to survive, and now it is something you can use to rest. Let go of control. Let sleep be your command. Progressive muscle release. Imagine turning off your body part by part, like dimming the lights in a quiet room. You are lying in bed and your body feels wired. Your neck is tight. Your back is sore. Your legs will not stop twitching. Your body is holding something it does not need to hold. Tension, hidden stress, leftover energy, and your mind feels it too. But what if you could turn off your body slowly, one piece at a time? What if each part could melt, like ice under warm hands? Progressive muscle release is the art of relaxation through contrast. You tense a muscle group gently. You hold it. Then you release. The tension leaves, and the relaxation that follows goes deeper than if you had simply tried to relax from the beginning. Because your body needs to feel the difference. Start with your toes. Curl them tight. Hold for 5 seconds. Then release. Feel the heat spread. Then your calves. Tighten. Hold. Let go. Let the blood flow. Then your thighs. Squeeze. Let the muscles tighten like coiled springs. Then let them drop. Your legs now feel heavy. Still. Safe. Move up to your stomach. Tighten the core. Then release. Feel the air move more freely. Your chest, your back, your shoulders. Each one gets the same care, tension, then freedom. Your arms, your hands, your fingers, your neck, your jaw, even your eyes. By the time you reach your head, your body feels like it is sinking, like it is becoming part of the bed. You are not fighting sleep anymore. You are preparing a space for it, a space where nothing is holding on. Your breathing changes too. As your muscles release, your breath becomes quieter, deeper, slower. It is no longer something you control. It becomes something that happens on its own, like waves in the ocean, like leaves falling from a tree. If a thought enters, you do not resist. You just return to the next muscle, the next breath, the next release. You are creating a rhythm of letting go. This technique works because the body and the mind are connected. When you calm one, you calm the other. When your body stops holding tension, your mind stops holding thoughts, and what is left is peace. There is no race, no finish line, just one small release after another, one moment of quiet, then the next. And somewhere in that soft rhythm, your body forgets it was ever tense, your mind forgets it was ever awake, and you disappear into sleep. Let the quiet spread, let your body rest. Guided imagery escape. Picture this: you step into a world that only exists inside your mind, and every step you take brings you closer to sleep. You lie in your bed, but your mind does not know how to stop moving. It replays moments from the day. It creates new worries for tomorrow. It remembers things you did not ask to remember. But what if you could give it a different path to walk? A place far from your room, a place where there is no stress, no noise, and no memory of time. That is where guided imagery begins. You create a peaceful scene in your imagination, and you walk through it slowly, gently, like a dream that listens to your breath. Close your eyes and imagine a beach. Not just a picture, but a living place. The sand is warm and soft beneath your feet. You feel each grain between your toes. The sun is low in the sky, casting golden light over the water. The waves are slow, calm, rolling in and out like you're breathing. You hear the sound they make, a soft hush, a rhythm that matches your chest. You start walking. There is no destination, no goal, just the movement of your legs and the feeling of being somewhere else. A breeze touches your face. It smells like salt and something sweet. You see a bird glide across the sky. You watch without needing to think. The more details you add, the more real it becomes. You can reach down and touch the water. It is cool. You can pick up a smooth stone, feel its shape, toss it gently. Everything here moves slowly. Nothing is sharp. Nothing is loud. This world was made for rest. You can change the scene. Maybe it is a forest instead. The ground is soft with moss. The air smells like pine and rain. Light breaks through the trees in golden pieces. You follow a path that curves gently. No one is here. Just the sound of birds and your own footsteps. Or maybe you are in a cabin, wrapped in a blanket by a fire, a cup of tea in your hand. You can hear the fire crackle. You can feel the warmth on your skin. You sit in a chair that holds you like it knows you. Outside the window, snow is falling, soft and slow. The secret is not in the place you choose. It is in how deeply you let yourself imagine it. You are not watching this place. You are inside it. You are breathing its air. You are hearing its sounds. You are moving through it like it has always existed. And as your mind focuses on this scene, everything else fades. The worries, the noise, the restlessness. They no longer have a place to stay. You are not pushing them away. You are simply walking away from them. The deeper you go, the less your body holds on. Your legs get heavier. Your shoulders drop. Your eyes stay closed. Not because they must, but because this world is more beautiful than the one outside them. And somewhere, between imagining the soft sky and hearing the waves or the wind or the fire, you are no longer awake. You forget to think. You forget to try. and sleep becomes the final step on your path. Let your mind escape. Let it lead you home. The alphabet game. Imagine your thoughts trying to race, but you give them a game so simple, they forget how to run. You are lying in bed, and your brain feels like it drank too much coffee. Thoughts are jumping over each other, planning, remembering, regretting, hoping. You tell it to stop, but it does not listen. So what if you give it something else to do? Something light, something playful, something that keeps it busy but not stressed. That is where the alphabet game begins. It is a simple game, but inside that simplicity, there is magic. You pick a category, let us say animals. Then you start with the letter A, antelope, then B, bear, then C, cat, then D, dog. You go as far as you can. No pressure, no need to be perfect. Just think, imagine the animal, picture it if you want, then move on. It works because your mind cannot fully focus on two things at once. If it is searching for a word, it cannot worry at the same time. And when the words are easy, familiar, your mind starts to feel calm. You are doing something, but that something is soft, gentle, unimportant. You can switch the category: fruits, apple, banana, cherry, dates, or names: Alice, Ben, Clara, David, or countries: Argentina, Brazil, Canada, Denmark. You are not trying to win. You are not trying to finish. You are just playing, slowly, softly. If you forget a letter, skip it. If you repeat a word, that is fine. This is not a test. This is a lullaby made of thoughts, a rhythm your brain can follow, and as it follows, it slows down. It no longer wants to wander. It stays with the game, and the game leads it into stillness. Sometimes, as you play, images begin to form. You think of elephant, and you see one standing quietly in a field. You think of iguana, and it is sunbathing on a rock. These small moments become like dreams. You are not just listing words, you are drifting through them. And then, something strange happens. You forget the next letter. You forget the category. You forget you were even playing, because your brain has found something better: sleep. You did not fight your thoughts. You played with them. You turned them into something harmless, and they let go of you in return. Let your thoughts play. Let them forget how to stay awake. Visualization vortex. Picture this one. Simple image pulls your mind inward until everything else disappears. Close your eyes and imagine a single image: a candle in a dark room. The flame is steady. It flickers only slightly. The wax is smooth. The light is warm. Now stay with that image. Do not add to it. Do not change it. Just keep it there, glowing softly in the center of your mind. This is where the visualization vortex begins. One image, one focus, nothing else. Your mind, which usually jumps from thought to thought, suddenly has one thing to hold, and in that holding, it begins to quiet down. You do not need to force the picture. You just let it stay. You let it breathe with you. As you inhale, the flame glows a little brighter. As you exhale, it becomes softer. Your breath and the image move together. You are no longer just watching the image. You are inside it. If your mind wanders, that is okay. You gently return. Candle, flame, light, that is all. Over time, the image grows bigger. It fills more of your mind, and the space for other thoughts grows smaller. You can change the image if you want. A single leaf floating on water, a snowflake falling, a star in the night sky. The key is to stay with one, to let it absorb you, like staring into a tunnel that pulls you inward. Your body follows the stillness. Your breathing becomes quiet. Your muscles forget to hold. You are no longer thinking. You are observing. You are drifting. This kind of visualization is not about storytelling. It is not about travel. It is about focus. Gentle focus. That focus becomes the path into deeper rest. The more you practice it, the easier it becomes. Your mind learns to return faster. Your body begins to recognize the signal. This image means sleep is near. This image means let go, and at some point you stop seeing the image, because you have fallen into it, because you have fallen asleep. Let your focus fade into peace. Let the vortex take you. Breath anchor. Imagine being in the middle of a restless ocean, but below the surface, something steady holds you still. You are lying in bed, but your thoughts are crashing like waves during a storm. They move fast. They change direction. They pull your attention in 100 different ways. You close your eyes hoping to shut them off, but they are louder in the dark. Every worry from the day, every plan for tomorrow, every random thought you never asked for shows up at once. But what if you could find something inside the chaos that does not move? Something quiet, something constant, something that keeps you from being pulled away. That something is your breath. Your breath has always been with you since the day you were born. It does not judge you. It does not rush you. It does not ask questions. It just stays. In, out, in, out. That rhythm is your anchor, and when you pay attention to it, your thoughts begin to settle. Start by noticing your breath without changing it. Just feel it. Feel the air as it enters your nose. Feel it move down into your chest. Then feel it leave. The temperature, the pace, the sound. Let your attention rest there. Nothing to control, nothing to fix. Just watch it, like you would watch a leaf floating on water. Then begin to follow it. In your mind, say in as you breathe in. Say out as you breathe out. Slowly, softly. You are not doing this to fall asleep. You are doing this to stay with something steady, something simple. And that simplicity becomes peace. Thoughts will come. That is okay. You do not chase them. You do not push them. You simply return, like returning to the sound of a gentle tide, like returning home after walking in circles. You can imagine your breath as light, a warm color moving through your chest and back out, or as wind, gentle wind blowing through you. You can count 1 in, 2 out, 3 in, 4 out. And if you lose track, you start again. The numbers do not matter. The return does. This anchor is not about stopping your thoughts. It is about not being carried away by them. It is about being so gently focused on your breath that everything else becomes distant, like background noise fading behind a quiet song. With every breath, your body gets softer. Your muscles forget they are holding on. Your jaw relaxes. Your shoulders melt. Your eyes sink deeper into rest. The breath becomes the center of your world. And eventually, the breath becomes the only thing, until even that fades, and sleep takes its place. Let your breath hold you. Let it be your anchor in the waves. Mindful body scan. Picture this moment. Your body is a quiet house, and you walk through every room, turning off the lights. You lie in bed, but your body feels like it is still carrying the day. There is tension in your neck, a tightness in your back. Maybe your hands are clenched. Maybe your legs feel restless. You try to sleep, but your body has not yet been told it is time to rest. What if you could guide it? What if you could walk through it gently, part by part, like checking each room in a quiet home before going to sleep? This is the mindful body scan. It is not about fixing anything. It is not about doing something right. It is about noticing, feeling, letting go. You start at the top, your forehead. Feel it, without changing anything. Just notice. Is it tight? Is it relaxed? Let it soften. Let it sink. Then, your eyes. Are they holding tension? Are they trying to stay alert? Let them rest. Let them be heavy. Let them close deeper into your face. Then, your cheeks, your jaw, your tongue. You may not even realize how much you are holding, but as you notice, something begins to release. You are not forcing it. You are inviting it. Move down, your neck, your shoulders. Notice where they are. Notice how they feel. Then breathe into that space. With every breath, let the tension drop away like sand falling from your hands. Now your arms, upper arms, Elbows, wrists, hands, fingers. Are they curled? Are they gripping anything? Let them open. Let them fall. Feel the weight of them. Feel the warmth. Then your chest, your ribs, your stomach. Notice how your breath moves through here. Slow, quiet, natural. Your breath is your guide. It does not need to be deep. It only needs to be noticed. Now your hips, your thighs, your knees. Let gravity pull them downward. Let the mattress carry the weight. Your calves, your ankles, your feet, toes. Feel every part slowly disappear into stillness. You are not rushing. You are moving with care. And if your thoughts drift away, you simply return. Back to the part you last remember. Back to the breath. Back to the scan. This process is not just physical. It is emotional. As the body lets go, the mind follows. As the muscles release, the thoughts do too. You begin to feel like something is switching off, one light at a time, one room at a time, until the entire house is dark, peaceful, silent. By the time you reach the end, you may already be asleep. And if you are not, you begin again. This is not a race. This is not a rule. This is a ritual, a soft walk through yourself. A goodbye to the day, a welcome to the night. Let your body rest, one breath at a time. Sleepy storytelling. Imagine hearing a story so slow and soft, you forget to stay awake before it ever ends. You are lying in bed. Your eyes are closed, but your mind is too loud, too active. It keeps looking for something to think about, something to solve, something to remember. But what if you gave it something else, something gentle, something slow, something that makes no demand except to be listened to? That is where sleepy storytelling begins. You do not need a perfect story. You do not need a beginning or an end. You just need a calm rhythm. A voice in your mind that tells a story so softly that your thoughts grow quiet, trying to hear it. You begin by imagining a scene. A man walks through a quiet village. The sun is low in the sky. He is not in a rush. His footsteps echo on the stone path. He passes a cat sleeping on a windowsill. He nods. The cat does not move. He walks past an old bakery. The scent of fresh bread floats through the air. He remembers a taste from childhood, a soft bun, a warm drink. But he keeps walking, down the hill, past the fountain, past the tree with the wind chime. It makes a soft sound every few seconds, a gentle song. You are not thinking about the story. You are living inside it. You see what he sees. You feel what he feels. Nothing dramatic happens. No twists. No turns. Just a slow drift through a peaceful world. Maybe now he enters a field. The grass is tall. A single bird flies above. Maybe he lies down, looks up at the sky, watches the clouds move, and slowly the scene begins to blur, because you are not trying to follow it anymore. Your attention has slipped. Sleepy storytelling works because it keeps the mind busy just enough to distract it from its own worries, but not so busy that it stays awake. It is like rocking a baby in a chair. The motion does not excite, it soothes. You can tell the story yourself. You can imagine characters. You can walk through places you have never seen, or ones you love, or ones that do not exist. You are not trying to impress anyone. You are not trying to remember. You are just flowing. And when the story fades, when the images dissolve, you do not chase them. You let them go. You let sleep take over the narrative. Let it write the rest. Let it tell the final lines. You never needed an ending. You only needed the drift. Let the story carry you away. Let it be the lullaby your thoughts forgot to sing. The gratitude loop. Imagine if remembering the smallest good things could make your whole body melt into sleep. You lie in bed. The lights are off. The day is over, but your mind is not done. It pulls you into unfinished tasks, awkward moments, quiet fears that whisper louder in the dark. Your eyes are closed, but your thoughts are awake. You try to block them. You try to replace them. But what if instead of pushing away, you invited something better to stay? What if you started remembering what went right? The gratitude loop is not about forcing happiness. It is about gentle noticing. It is a soft circle of thought that moves slowly from one memory to another, each one holding something good. It might be a moment from today, a kind word, a peaceful minute, a small laugh. It might be a memory from long ago, a familiar face, a childhood comfort, a song that once played in the background of something beautiful. You do not need to search too far. You begin with one thing. You remember it. You stay with it. You feel it in your chest. Let it spread, not as excitement, but as warmth. Like sitting by a fire in a quiet room. Like hugging someone in a dream. Then, without effort, you let that memory lead to the next. Another good thing, something else you are thankful for. Not loud, not perfect, just real. Maybe it is a meal you enjoyed. Maybe the softness of your bed. Maybe a breeze on your skin earlier today. Maybe someone who smiled at you. You do not have to explain why these moments matter. You just let them play, one after another. Like a film without sound, just color, just feeling. The more you loop through them, the more your body responds. Your breath becomes slower. Your muscles release the tension they were holding. The worry begins to fade. Because your mind has chosen to rest in comfort rather than conflict, you are not pretending everything is fine. You are simply choosing to sit with the parts that were. If your thoughts pull you back into stress, you do not resist. You simply return. Back to the last good thing. Back to the loop. It does not need to be a list. It does not need to be structured. Just let one memory dissolve into another, and let that gentle stream become the river that carries you into sleep. Gratitude is soft. It does not demand. It does not shout. It does not force joy. It only reminds. And in the act of remembering, something inside you begins to believe that even in the noise, there was peace. That even in the day, there was stillness. That even now, there is space for sleep. Let the loop carry you. Let the good things lead the way. Color breathing. Imagine you could breathe in colors that calm your mind and breathe out the weight of your day. You are lying still, eyes closed, breath slow, but your mind still feels cluttered, heavy, like the air inside your thoughts is too thick to float. What if you could breathe in a color that clears everything? What if every breath had a shape, a hue, a light that filled your body with calm? Color breathing is not about doing something complicated. It is about adding a little imagination to something you already know how to do, breathing. But instead of just feeling the air, you see it. You give it color, and with that, you give it meaning. You begin by choosing a color that feels peaceful, maybe blue, a soft ocean blue, or green, like fresh grass under your feet, or lavender, like a sky just before it turns dark. You imagine that color surrounding you, floating in the air around your face, and as you inhale, you pull that color in. You see it move through your nose, down into your chest, filling you, spreading. You feel it reaching your arms, your stomach, your legs, every part of you. That color brings peace. It washes through you like warm water. Then, when you exhale, you imagine a different color leaving you, one that holds your stress. Maybe gray, maybe brown, a dark fog that your body no longer wants to carry. You breathe it out. Watch it leave. Feel the difference. Again, you breathe in peace. You breathe in calm. You breathe in softness. And you breathe out tension. You breathe out noise. You breathe out thought. In with color. Out with weight. Again, again, again. The rhythm becomes a meditation, a painting inside your breath. You are no longer trying to sleep. You are becoming still, one breath at a time. You can change the colors as you go. If blue starts to fade, maybe you choose gold, or white, or pink, whatever feels right. You are not analyzing. You are allowing. You are letting your breath become art, and your body becomes the canvas. Still, quiet, free. Your thoughts try to interrupt. Let them come. Let them go. They float past you like the breath you exhale. You return to color. You return to peace. You are not thinking anymore. You are only feeling. And the more you feel, the less you try. Until at some point, you are no longer breathing color, because you are asleep. Let your breath become light. Let your body become air. The Sleepy Sigh. Picture this. A simple sound from your body tells your mind it is safe to let go. You are lying in the dark. Your body is still. But something feels stuck, like the day has not yet left your chest. You try to relax, but your thoughts feel tight. Your shoulders feel high. Your breath feels shallow. What if all it took was a sound your body already knows? A sound you make when you stop holding. A sigh. Not a dramatic sigh. Not a frustrated one. A sleepy sigh. The kind you make when you sit down after a long day. The kind that says, "It is over now. It is time to rest." The sleepy sigh is a message, not to the world, to your nervous system, to the part of your mind that thinks it still needs to stay awake, still needs to stay alert. The sigh tells it otherwise. It says, "You can stop now. The work is done. Nothing more is needed." You begin by breathing in gently through your nose. Fill your chest, but not too much, just enough to feel the breath arrive. Then open your mouth and let the air fall out, with sound, not forced, just soft, like a wind passing through leaves. Let it be slow. Let it be empty. Do it again, and again. Each time, feel your body drop a little more, like a string being cut loose. Your shoulders fall. Your jaw relaxes. Your belly softens. You are not thinking. You are releasing. The sigh becomes rhythm, a language. Each one tells your mind, "We are done. We are home." You do not count the sighs. You do not track the time. You only follow the feeling. Sometimes the sigh becomes quieter, almost silent. That is good. That means your body is entering a deeper calm. Sometimes it becomes deeper. That is fine too. There is no rule, only return. You can pair the sigh with a thought, a phrase like, "Let go," or "It is safe," or "Time to rest," whispered inside your mind as the breath leaves your lips. And over time, the sigh takes over. It becomes part of you, and your body starts to sigh on its own, without planning, without effort, like it is remembering how to rest. You do not need music. You do not need words. You only need breath, and sound, and the space to let go. Let the sigh carry you. Let it tell your mind that sleep is here. Mental white noise. Imagine standing in a quiet field, but instead of silence, there is a soft, steady hum that blocks out every thought. You lie still. The world around you is finally gone quiet, but inside your head, something is still spinning. You can hear your thoughts the way you hear a leaky tap in a silent room. Drip, drip, drip. Each drop is a word, a memory, a plan, a question. You try to ignore it, but the more you try, the louder it feels. What if the answer is not silence, but something else entirely? What if you filled your mind with a soft, steady hum that gently covered everything else? Mental white noise is not about turning your brain off. It is about covering the sharpness. It is about replacing the piercing sound of one thought with a steady sound of none. A sound that is not a sound. A feeling more than a voice. Something that is always there in the background. You imagine it. You hold it. You sink into it. Close your eyes and imagine standing by a waterfall. The water never stops. It is not too loud. It is not violent. It is just always there. Flowing. Pouring. Soft and constant. As you listen, you begin to notice something. You cannot hear your own thoughts anymore. Not because they disappeared, but because the sound of the water gently pushed them into the background. Now bring that waterfall into your mind. Imagine the sound moving through your chest, through your shoulders, through your arms. It is not heavy. It is not cold. It is a blanket of calm. Every time a thought tries to speak, the white noise swallows it. Not harshly, not forcefully, just naturally, like fog swallowing a light. You do not need real sound. You do not need a machine. You only need to imagine the soft buzz of wind through trees, the quiet of rain on a rooftop, the low hum of a fan in a quiet room. You pick the sound. You bring it into your mind. You breathe with it. Let it rise and fall like waves. This sound becomes the center. It becomes your anchor. When a loud thought comes in, you do not fight it. You do not analyze it. You just return to the hum. You return to the gentle sound that says, "This is not the time for thinking. This is the time for rest." Your body begins to respond. Your chest loosens. Your face softens. Your limbs forget they exist. You are floating now, not in silence, but in softness. A silence that is not empty. A silence that has sound inside it. Safe, continuous, infinite. At some point, the hum becomes real. You stop imagining. You start hearing. Not with your ears, but with your breath. And as your breath slows, your mind goes quiet. Let the noise be your peace. Let the hum carry you home. The thought trap. Picture this man. He tries to stop thinking by thinking harder, and that becomes the very trap he cannot escape. You lie in the dark. You tell yourself not to think. So you think about not thinking. You tell your mind to be quiet. So it starts asking how to be quiet. You tell your body to sleep. So your mind starts wondering if it is close. That is the trap. The more you try to escape your thoughts, the tighter they hold on. This is the thought trap. A quiet spiral. It is not loud like panic. It is soft, like looping questions. Soft like a whisper that never ends. It tricks you into believing that you are doing something helpful. You tell yourself, just one more thing to figure out, and then I will sleep. But there is always another thought waiting behind that one. The trap is not the thoughts themselves. The trap is your reaction to them. It is the way you grab them, analyze them, chase them, push them, and the more you do, the more they multiply. Like trying to swat flies in the dark, your effort only makes them buzz louder. What if you stop trying to escape? What if you let the thoughts be there, but refuse to follow them? What if you noticed them without naming them, felt them without answering them? That is how the trap opens. Not with effort, but with stillness. You begin by observing. A thought comes in. You do not argue. You do not agree. You just say, "There is a thought." You name it gently, like spotting a cloud in the sky. You do not tell it to leave. You just watch it float. Another thought comes. You do the same. You let it be. You are not the voice in your mind. You are the sky that holds it, wide, quiet, unmoved. Then you bring your attention to your breath. Not to change it, just to notice it. In, out, in, out. You let your attention fall into the space between thoughts. You stay there, even if just for a second. That second becomes 2, then 5, then more. You remind yourself gently, I do not need to think everything right now. It is okay to pause. It is okay to leave the answers for tomorrow. You are not failing by thinking. You are simply noticing when you start, and choosing not to go deeper, choosing to return, to breath, to body, to now. The trap loosens, because you stop pulling on the rope. Let your thoughts float. Let your mind stop chasing itself. Emotional detachment drill. Picture this: you step back from your own feelings like watching waves crash from the safety of a hilltop. You are lying down, but something is holding you. Not in your body, in your chest, in your thoughts. A feeling that lingers. A tension that has no shape but feels like a tight knot under your ribs. You are not sure what it is. Maybe sadness, maybe regret, maybe nothing specific. Just wait. Invisible weight. Emotional detachment is not about ignoring your feelings. It is not about pretending they are not real. It is about stepping back, creating space, watching without reacting, like watching rain fall through a window. You see it. You do not have to walk into it. The drill begins with noticing. What are you feeling right now? You do not need to label it perfectly. Just give it a name. Even if the name is vague, you can say, I feel heavy. I feel sad. I feel tense. Say it in your mind, not with judgment, just with honesty. Now imagine placing that feeling outside of you, not to get rid of it, just to see it clearly. Picture it as an object. A color, a shape. Maybe it is a fog, maybe a rock, maybe a slow pulse of dark light. You place it a few feet away from your body. You look at it. You ask, what is this feeling trying to tell me? But you do not answer. You just ask. Then you let it sit. You do not need a solution. You are not trying to fix anything tonight. You are just practicing distance. Now you breathe. In through your nose, out through your mouth. And with each breath you imagine the feeling staying where it is, not inside. Outside, you do not resist it. You do not feed it. You just watch. Your body starts to shift. Your muscles relax. Your breath deepens. The feeling is still there, but it no longer holds you. You are not drowning in it. You are standing at the edge, watching it pass. You can say in your mind, I am allowed to feel this, but I do not need to carry it into my sleep. I will come back to it later, not now. You continue to breathe. You continue to let the feeling stay outside, and with each breath, it gets softer, fainter, smaller. You are not escaping. You are releasing. You are giving yourself permission to rest even with feelings still floating nearby. This drill does not take them away. It reminds you that you are not the same as them. You are the calm behind the waves. Let them pass. Let yourself sleep. The memory maze. Picture this man. He walks into a memory thinking it is simple, but it keeps turning and stretching like a dream he cannot finish. You lie in bed, and your mind begins to drift. You think about something small, a song you heard earlier, a face you passed by, a room from your childhood, just a simple thought, but then it grows. It takes a turn. It links to something else. Then, another. Before you know it, you are walking through a maze made of your own memories. It feels endless. It feels soft. You do not realize you have already forgotten the real world outside this path. The memory maze is not a trap if you use it gently. It can become a quiet way to fall asleep. You do not need to control where it goes. You just need to start walking. Begin with something clear, a moment, a place, something from your life that brings no stress, something simple. You think of your old school corridor. You remember the smell of chalk, the creak of wooden benches. You see the sunlight slanting through high windows. You let yourself walk through it slowly. Then you let the maze open. A turn leads to another memory, a different classroom, a teacher's voice, a friend's laugh echoing in a stairwell. You do not plan it, you follow it. If you reach a memory that feels too heavy, you do not go deeper. You take another turn. You follow a sound, a texture, a door that opens into another peaceful moment, a holiday, a park, a time you forgot until now. The goal is not to remember everything. The goal is to get lost, to lose the sharp edge of now. You are not digging into your past. You are floating through it. Like a dream that gently rewrites itself as you move. Your body begins to respond. It feels what you felt then, the warmth, the wind, the smell of food from a place long gone. Your breath matches the rhythm of the moment. The real world fades. There is no ending to this maze, no need to come out of it. You just keep walking, turning, following whatever appears. And slowly, you stop walking, you stop remembering, because the story of your own mind has turned into sleep. Let the maze fold around you. Let memory lead the way to rest. Sensory deprivation simulation. Imagine floating in a space where nothing touches you, no sound reaches you, and even your own body begins to disappear. You lie still in bed, but the world is still too loud. Even in silence, there is sound. Even in darkness, your thoughts glow. Your skin touches fabric. Your ears catch the faintest hums. Your mind still feels the weight of your own body. But what if you could take all of it away? What if for a moment you could float in nothing? Sensory deprivation simulation does not need a tank or equipment. It needs imagination. It needs stillness. It needs a soft surrender to the idea that you can leave your body behind for a little while. Start with the feeling of weight. Imagine your body is sinking into the mattress, not in pain, not in pressure, just gently, like you are being absorbed into something soft. Your arms feel like they no longer rest on anything. Your legs lose their shape. Your chest feels light. Then, take away sound. You imagine yourself in a room so quiet, you can hear your heartbeat slow down. Then, even that disappears. It is not silence. It is beyond silence. The kind of quiet that only lives inside you. Then, the light. You are not just closing your eyes. You imagine them sealed, surrounded by endless black. Not scary, not cold. Just empty. You do not need to look around. You are not inside a space. You are the space itself. And now, begin to remove the sense of touch. Imagine your skin is no longer separate from the air. You cannot feel your clothes. You cannot feel your bed. You are not numb. You are merged, like mist, like cloud. Your breath is the only thing that remains. But even that becomes soft. You do not control it. You let it happen. It is barely there. You are barely there. This simulation works because it mimics what happens right before sleep, when the brain begins to shut down senses, when the world gets quiet, not because it has changed, but because your awareness has turned inward, and inside you find something rare: peace without effort, silence without demand. You stay in that space, not needing to move, not needing to be, and at some point you disappear from even that. You are gone. Let the senses fade. Let stillness take you. The imaginary friend technique. Picture this: a quiet voice speaks to you, not from outside, but from the warm corner of your own mind. You are lying in bed, but you feel alone with your thoughts. They are too loud, too sharp. They ask too many questions. They carry too many answers. You try to silence them, but they echo inside your chest. What if, instead of fighting them, you brought in someone else? Not a real person, not a memory, but a friend you make up in this moment. A friend who lives in your imagination and only exists to help you sleep. The imaginary friend technique begins with creation. You do not need to design everything at once. You just let a presence appear. It might be someone kind, someone quiet, someone with a soft smile and calm eyes. They sit beside your bed, or they walk with you through a dream, or they simply speak to you in your mind. You do not control their every word. You listen. You let them say things you need to hear, simple things. You are safe. You are okay. You can sleep now. They do not push you. They do not fix you. They are just there. Sometimes they tell you a story, maybe about a peaceful town where everyone moves slowly, maybe about a floating island that drifts across a golden sky, maybe about a child who found a warm cave and slept for 100 years. You do not need to remember the story. You just let the voice guide you. Sometimes the friend walks with you through old memories, but they hold your hand. They help you take the good parts. They help you skip the rest. You can name this friend, or not. You can see them clearly, or only feel them nearby. What matters is the warmth, the comfort, the soft weight of being with someone who asks nothing of you. This technique works because your brain responds to imagined presence the way it responds to real presence. The body calms, the breath slows, the fear fades, and you no longer feel like you are alone inside your head. You talk to your friend if you want. You tell them what hurts. You ask them to stay. They do. They do not need sleep. They wait until you drift, until your breath becomes slow, until your thoughts forget to speak. At some point, you forget they are imaginary, because all that matters is that you feel peace. Let the friend stay with you. Let them watch over your sleep. The Dream Incubator. Picture this: you plant a thought like a seed before sleep, and it grows into the dream you enter. You are lying still, your eyes closed, your body relaxed. The day is done, but your mind is not. It floats between memory and imagination. You know sleep is coming, but you do not want to fall in just any direction. What if you could guide where your dreams go? What if the moment between waking and sleeping was not just a gap, but a doorway? A doorway you could decorate, a path you could choose. The Dream Incubator is that doorway. It is the art of planting a thought just before sleep, with intention, so that it grows into your dream. Not forced, not controlled, just gently guided, like a river nudged toward the sea. You begin by choosing a theme, something simple, something emotional, something visual. You do not overthink it. It could be a forest path you would love to walk, a childhood home you wish to visit again, a person you miss, a story you wish would happen. You close your eyes and begin to imagine. Not like a movie, but like a place you are stepping into. You picture it in small pieces. The way the light falls, the sound in the distance, the feeling in your hands. You do not rush. You let the scene build slowly. You breathe with it. Each breath brings a new detail, a color, a shape, a texture. You are not watching from the outside. You are inside it now. You move through it. You let yourself feel whatever it gives. Then you add one thought, one clear sentence. I want to dream of this. You say it in your mind, gently, not with demand, not with pressure, just a soft wish, like whispering into a well, like setting a feather on the wind. This wish is not a command. It is an offering. You give your mind something to carry, something to hold on to as it drifts. And in that offering, something shifts. Your body continues to relax. Your awareness begins to blur. The edges of the scene become softer. It begins to change, to move, to become something new. This is the dream beginning. You may notice the shift. You may not. That does not matter. What matters is the direction. You are no longer falling into random dreams. You are entering a space you helped create. If you wake in the night, you can return. Remember the seed. Remember the place. Imagine it again. Whisper the sentence again. And let sleep take you back. This process teaches your mind to follow your gentle lead. Over time, it becomes easier, quicker, stronger. The distance between your wish and your dream becomes smaller. Let your thoughts plant the seed. Let the dream grow around you. Lucid entry point. Picture this moment. You realize you are dreaming while still awake, and step into it like a door you forgot you could open. You lie still, on the edge of sleep. Your body is heavy. Your breath is slow. But your mind is in a strange space, not awake, not asleep, somewhere between. This space has no name, no time, no shape, but it has something else. It has power. Because here, you can begin to dream while still knowing you are dreaming. The lucid entry point is not about control. It is about awareness. It is the thin line where you watch your dream begin before you fall fully into it. And with that awareness, the dream responds to you. Gently, softly, as if you are walking into a story that listens. You begin by letting go of your body. Let it fade. Your legs no longer feel like legs. Your arms float. Your eyes, though closed, are no longer looking. You are drifting. Now bring your attention to the images behind your eyelids, the flickers, the colors, the shapes. They begin to form without your help. They dance like smoke, like shadows trying to speak. You do not force them. You watch. This is the first sign. The dream is coming. Now, imagine yourself stepping into one of the shapes. It might look like a doorway, a room, a street, a sky. You move closer. You let it pull you in. You stay aware. You remind yourself, I am entering a dream. You do not shout it. You do not need proof. You just hold the idea, like holding a candle in the dark. The dream begins to take form. You walk. You see, you touch. But part of you is still aware, still watching. This is not a trap. This is a passage. You let the dream unfold. You do not try to shape it. You follow. And when you feel ready, you gently guide. A turn, a thought, a shift in the sky. The dream listens. Lucid entry is a practice. It requires trust, patience, stillness. You do not chase it. You invite it. You allow it to arrive. If you lose awareness, that is okay. You are still resting. If you wake, that is okay. You have touched the edge. Each time you return, the line becomes clearer. The door opens faster. Let your mind remain soft. Let the dream carry you in, eyes open from the inside. The sleepy paradox. Picture this. The more you try to sleep, the more awake you become. But the moment you stop trying, sleep arrives on its own. You lie in bed, tired but restless. You want to sleep. You need to sleep. You watch the clock, count the hours, calculate how tired you will be tomorrow. But with every thought, your eyes feel wider, your chest tighter. The harder you try, the more it slips away. This is the sleepy paradox, the strange truth that trying to sleep keeps you awake. The answer is not effort, it is surrender. You begin by shifting your goal. You stop trying to sleep. You start trying to rest, not as a trick, not as a strategy, as a truth. You say in your mind, I will just lie here. That is enough. You stop checking the time. You stop expecting anything. You breathe slowly, not to fall asleep, but to feel your body. You let your shoulders sink. You let your jaw loosen. You notice your breath, in, out, no pressure. Now you add a gentle thought. I am not here to sleep. I am here to be. You say it like a lullaby, again and again, not with force, with softness. You mean it. The paradox begins to unfold. Your body hears the message. There is no danger. There is no race. There is no clock ticking. And in that calm, your nervous system slows down. Thoughts still come. You let them pass, like clouds in a wide sky. You do not push them. You do not follow them. You watch. You stay in the quiet underneath. This paradox teaches your mind to stop chasing. It teaches your body to stop preparing. It teaches your breath to stop rushing. And sleep, sensing that you are no longer chasing it, begins to drift in. Not like a storm, like mist, like a hush that covers everything. You do not celebrate. You do not ask if it is working. You simply rest, with no reward, with no end, until the moment you forget what you were doing, and sleep takes over. Let go of sleep. Let it come when you no longer ask. Cognitive reappraisal. Picture this. What if changing how you see a thought makes it lose its power before it can keep you awake? You lie in bed with your eyes closed, hoping sleep finds you soon. But one thought keeps looping. A conversation you had, something that went wrong, a regret that keeps breathing. You tell yourself not to think about it, but your mind clings to it like a puzzle it still wants to solve. You feel it tighten your chest. Your body wants rest, but your mind is still rewriting the past. What if, instead of trying to forget the thought, you change how you see it? Cognitive reappraisal is not about pretending something did not happen. It is about gently turning a thought until its edges no longer hurt. You begin by observing the thought, not as a threat, but as a visitor. You do not push it away. You say, you are here. I see you. Then you ask, is there another way to look at this? not to deny it, but to soften it, to stretch it into a shape that fits peace, not pain. You remember that conversation, the one you keep replaying. You ask yourself, what did I learn from it? How did I grow? Was the other person hurting too? Was the moment as big as it feels now? Or is it just heavy because I am tired? You were not trying to rewrite the past. You were trying to find a new way to carry it, a lighter way, a kinder way. Your brain starts to shift. The story becomes less sharp, less urgent. Your breath deepens. The tension softens. You no longer feel like you are in the middle of the moment. You feel like you are watching it from far away. Safe, detached, not numb, just clear. This process takes practice. Sometimes the thought will come back. You do not panic. You repeat the shift. You say, this is only one version of the story. Let me find another. Reappraisal is not lying to yourself. It is choosing the truth that helps you sleep instead of the one that keeps you awake. You continue breathing. You continue shifting. And somewhere in the quiet, your brain lets go. Not because the thought disappeared, but because it no longer needed your attention. Let your thoughts reshape. Let sleep enter the space where pain used to live. The Mind Palace Retreat. Picture this: you walk into a house built from your calmest memories and rest in the room you love most. You lie on your back, staring into the dark, but your thoughts feel scattered. Pieces of noise from the day still echo. Your body is still. Your breath is slow. But your mind keeps wandering without direction. What if you could give it a home? A place that lives only inside your imagination. A place that never changes unless you want it to. That is your mind palace. You begin by imagining the structure. It could be a small cabin in the mountains, a grand library with winding staircases, a quiet beach house with open windows and warm wood. You choose the shape. You choose the colors. You choose the smell in the air. You walk to the front door. You open it. You step inside. The Mind Palace is a personal sanctuary, a place where no one interrupts. Every object inside is something you love. A book you once read, a painting you once saw, a chair that holds you perfectly. You explore slowly. You feel your feet on the floor. You hear the soft sound. Wind through the curtains. Fire crackling in a corner. Water somewhere in the distance. You walk through rooms. Each one offers a different kind of calm. A room filled with plants and sunlight. A room filled with music and cushions. A room that holds nothing but silence. You choose where to sit, or lie down, or simply be. This is your space. You can come here every night. You can change it, or keep it the same. The walls remember you. You let your attention move slowly through details. The pattern on the floor. The sound of birds beyond the walls. The feel of a soft blanket over your shoulders. The deeper you go into the palace, the further you move from your waking thoughts. You are not solving anything. You are not remembering anything. You are just being here. Your breath slows. Your body settles. You are no longer in bed. You are in the room your mind built for peace. And peace is not something you wait for anymore. It is something you step into. Let your thoughts take shape. Let the palace hold you. The Sleepy Script. Picture this. Your mind starts reading a quiet bedtime story, and you forget to stay awake before it finishes the page. You lie down, and your eyes close. Your body is tired. Your breath is slow. But your thoughts still whisper. Some are loud. Some are soft. All of them want your attention. What if you gave them a story to follow? A gentle one. One that does not demand. One that begins like a script, but ends somewhere in your dreams. The Sleepy Script is not about meaning. It is about rhythm. You begin to tell yourself a story in your mind. A slow one. A calm one. You imagine a place. A forest with blue leaves. A path made of light. A river that glows in the dark. You introduce a character. Someone simple. Someone kind. They are walking. No reason. No hurry. just walking. They pick up a leaf. They look at the sky. They sit on a stone and close their eyes. You let the story continue, slowly, without logic, like a dream unfolding in daylight. The character meets a bird. The bird says something. You do not hear the words, but they feel warm. They feel like peace. Each sentence in your mind becomes softer, shorter. You begin to forget where the story started. You begin to forget what happens next. This script is not for telling, it is for drifting. It is a soft place for your mind to rest, like laying your head on someone's lap, like falling asleep while someone hums a tune without words. You do not need an ending. You do not need a plot. You only need to begin, and keep going, until the thoughts fade, until the story becomes silence, until your body no longer waits. Let the story speak softly. Let sleep turn the page. The relaxation response. Picture this: your mind is a tight fist, and with one breath, it begins to open, finger by finger. You are lying in bed, but your mind still feels like it is on a treadmill. Even though your body is still, something inside keeps moving. You feel a sense of urgency that does not belong to this moment. Maybe it is left over from the day. Maybe it is built into your thoughts, but it lingers. What if you could switch off that inner pressure? What if there was a natural code inside you that, when activated, told your entire system it is time to stop and rest? The relaxation response is like a built-in opposite of the stress response. It is not something you need to invent. It already exists inside you. You only need to invite it. And once you do, your breath deepens, your muscles soften, your heart rate slows, and the rest of you follows gently into peace. You begin by finding a steady rhythm. Inhale through your nose slowly. Exhale through your mouth even more slowly. You are not trying to breathe deep. You are trying to breathe soft. This rhythm sends a message. It says you are not in danger. You are safe. And your body believes it. Now bring your attention to one point. A word, a sound, a spot on your body where your breath moves. Maybe it is your chest. Maybe it is your stomach. You place your awareness there gently. You stay there. When your thoughts wander, you return, not with force, with kindness, as if you are guiding a child back to bed. You do not try to stop your thoughts. You let them pass like birds flying in a wide sky. You return again and again to the rhythm and the point of focus. Each return is part of the process. Each breath is a new signal. You feel your arms get heavier. Your legs melt into the mattress. You do not need to sleep yet. You just need to rest. This response builds slowly, but with each minute, the calm grows. It spreads like warm water in a cold bowl. You are not escaping the world. You are simply stepping out of the noise, letting the body remember what peace feels like. As the minutes pass, the difference becomes clear. You are no longer in a state of reaction. You are in a state of release, and in that state, sleep does not need to be chased. It comes to you. Quiet, gentle, like a tide returning to shore. Let the response unfold inside you. Let your body guide you back to silence. The sleepy mantra. Picture this. A single phrase repeated gently becomes the doorway between your thoughts and your dreams. You lie in bed, and the thoughts keep coming. They are not loud. They are not chaotic, but they keep arriving, one after another. Some are familiar. Some are new. All of them are just enough to keep you from sleep. What if you gave your mind something else to hold? Something small, something soft, something that never changes. The sleepy mantra is a quiet phrase. It is not a demand. It is not a command. It is a lullaby for your thoughts, a rhythm that helps your brain step away from wandering. You choose it gently, something simple, something kind. I am safe now. I am already resting. Let go. Let it be. These words become the ground beneath your mind. You begin to repeat it in your mind, slowly, with your breath. Inhale. Exhale. Whisper the phrase inside. The soundless voice of your thoughts begins to change, from stories and plans into just this one string of words. And as you repeat it, something begins to fade. The urgency, the noise, the distractions. The words do not need to mean anything right now. They are not for logic. They are for rhythm. The mind calms when it is given something safe to repeat. It follows the path you give it. And when that path is soft, the mind begins to drift. You can sync the mantra with your breath. Inhale and think the first part. Exhale and think the second. With time, the mantra becomes less like thinking and more like floating. It becomes a hum that carries your attention into a quieter space. You may drift, you may return. You do not judge. You begin again. Each time you repeat the words, you are returning to peace. And eventually, the mantra becomes part of the dream. It fades into the background. And you no longer know which came first, the words or the sleep. Let the mantra guide you. Let it replace the world for a while. The thought replacement. Picture this: your mind hands you a bitter thought, and instead of holding it, you gently swap it for something calm. You lie in bed, and a thought appears. Uninvited, unhelpful. Maybe it is a mistake you made. Maybe it is something you forgot. Maybe it is something you fear. Your heart beats faster. Your breath becomes shallow. You try not to think about it, but it stays. The harder you push, the more it pushes back. What if instead of fighting the thought, you replaced it? Not by force, but by choice. Thought replacement is a practice where you do not try to erase the thought. You simply give your mind a new one to hold, like swapping a heavy stone for a feather. You begin by noticing, I am thinking something that does not help me rest. You do not argue with it. You do not judge yourself. You simply see it. Then you offer a new thought, one that is soft, one that fits sleep. Maybe it is a memory of watching rain, or the image of a quiet lake, or a sentence like, I am not this thought. You focus on the new thought. You breathe with it. You hold it like a small flame. Your attention stays there. When the old thought returns, you do not panic. You return to the replacement, again and again, until it becomes easier, until it becomes automatic. The brain learns with repetition. It learns that you are no longer giving energy to the thoughts that hurt. It follows the thoughts that feel safe, that feel soft. And with time, your nervous system follows too. This is not distraction. It is redirection. It is taking control gently, quietly, with no pressure, and eventually your thoughts begin to fade. Your body begins to melt. You are no longer trapped inside a loop. You are outside of it, walking towards sleep. Let the better thoughts stay. Let the rest of them pass like wind. The sleepy visualization. Picture this. You create a peaceful world in your mind, so real that your body forgets it is not already there. You are lying still, but your thoughts are restless. They keep pulling you into reality, the noises, the worries, the weight of the day. But your mind has a different ability. It can build places that do not exist, places where nothing chases you, nothing asks for you. What if you use that ability to create a space made only for rest? Sleepy visualization is not fantasy. It is gentle guidance. You begin with one image, a room with soft light, a path through a quiet field, a sky filled with slow-moving clouds. You place yourself there. You see it with your inner eye. Then you begin to add details, the sound of wind, the feel of grass under your feet, the warmth of sunlight on your skin. You walk slowly through the space, not to reach anything, just to move. You notice how your body reacts. Your breath slows. Your heart softens. You begin to forget your bed. You begin to forget the day. You are here now. The scene unfolds naturally. A bench appears. A stream flows nearby. You sit. You rest. You watch. You let the visualization guide you instead of trying to guide it. This practice works because the brain does not always distinguish between imagined calm and real calm. It responds to the feeling, it follows the image, and your body follows the brain. You stay with the scene. You let it shift. If your thoughts pull you away, you gently return. Not to the beginning, just to the next step, the next leaf, the next breath, and eventually, the scene dissolves. You do not need it anymore, because the feeling stayed, and sleep arrives like a quiet guest. Let your mind paint the dream. Let your body follow the picture. The Sleepy Affirmation. Picture this one quiet sentence becomes the voice that tucks you in when the rest of the world is silent. You lie in the dark. The day is over. The lights are gone. But the voice inside is still awake. It whispers things. Things you did not finish. Things you are not sure of. Things that feel too big, too loud. What if you could give that voice a different script? Something that does not question. Something that simply comforts. The Sleepy Affirmation is not about pretending. It is about choosing. You choose one sentence. You choose it gently. You let it wrap around your mind like a soft blanket. I am enough. I am safe now. Everything can wait. This is my time to rest. You say it again and again, slowly, not to make it true, to let it be heard. The mind is used to repeating things, often negative things. Affirmations are the way to change the rhythm. You give your thoughts a new sound to echo. You repeat the sentence in sync with your breath. Inhale and say the first part. Exhale and finish. No effort, no force, just rhythm. You imagine the words filling the room. You imagine them hanging in the air like soft lights. You imagine them reaching the parts of you that are still afraid to rest. The more you say them, the more your nervous system calms, the more your muscles loosen, the more your breath softens. At some point, the words become your thoughts. Then they fade. Then there is only sleep. Let the affirmation hold you. Let your thoughts finally say something kind. The Sleepy Distraction. Picture this: instead of trying to silence your thoughts, you simply give them something softer to look at. You lie in bed and your mind does not stop. You are not trying to think, but the thoughts still arrive. They come quietly. They repeat. They rewind. They plan. And every time you try to push them away, they return stronger. You begin to wonder if sleep will ever come. But what if the answer is not to fight the thoughts, but to offer them something different? Something harmless. Something gentle. That is where Sleepy Distraction begins. It is not about escaping your mind. It is about giving it something that does not hurt. Something it can wander through without fear. You begin by choosing a simple image, something that has no emotion attached. A glowing lantern, a slow-moving train, a flower opening and closing. You let your mind rest on that image, not to analyze it, not to understand it, just to see it. You follow it in your imagination. You add texture. You add shape. You let it move slowly. The lantern floats. The train moves down an empty track. The flower sways in the wind. Your thoughts will try to interrupt. You do not argue. You simply return, over and over. You go back to the soft picture. Your mind gets bored of the old thought, the sharp one, the sad one, because now it has something else to hold, something slow, something quiet. The distraction is not random. It is chosen. It is calm. And as your mind follows it, your body begins to relax. Your breathing becomes steady. Your muscles soften. The thoughts still come, but they no longer stick. You are not lost in stories anymore. You are watching a lantern drift across the sky. You are riding a train that never stops. You are breathing with a flower that opens and closes with each breath. This becomes the new rhythm. This becomes the space where your mind can rest, and eventually the distraction fades. Not because you pushed it away, but because you no longer need it. Sleep arrives gently, quietly, without resistance. Let the distraction lead you. Let it carry your thoughts away from the noise. The sleepy focus. Picture this all. Your thoughts are scattered, but you gather them around one soft center, and everything slows. You lie in bed, and your attention is jumping. From one sound to one thought, from one memory to one plan. It is like trying to follow a dozen birds flying in different directions. Your eyes are closed, but your awareness is everywhere. What if you gathered all of it in one place? What if you chose to focus not sharply but gently? Focus that does not grip. Focus that holds like water in cupped hands. This is the sleepy focus. A calm practice of resting your attention on one small thing. You begin by choosing a point. It could be your breath. It could be the rise and fall of your stomach. It could be the sound of air in your nose. You stay with that point, slowly, softly. You do not force your mind to stay. You invite it. Like a friend, you sit beside in silence. You feel the breath enter. You feel the breath leave. If your thoughts wander, you smile and return. No anger, no effort, just return. You are not trying to block out the thoughts. You are giving your attention something better to hold. The point of focus becomes familiar, comforting. It is always there. It does not change. The more you stay with it, the more the other noise fades. Your nervous system hears the signal. It understands this focus, this rhythm, this softness. Your muscles loosen. Your mind slows. You are no longer chasing rest. You are being still. The sleepy focus is not about sharpness. It is not about control. It is about staying close to something simple, something quiet, something that does not ask you to think, just to feel, just to be. And as your attention continues to rest there, sleep begins to arrive, like mist settling on a calm field. Let your focus be soft. Let it carry you into the quiet, the sleepy detachment. Picture this: you rise above your thoughts like watching a river flow from a bridge that never moves. You lie in bed and thoughts are still trying to pull you in. They speak in your voice. They tell you stories. They ask you to solve things. You do not want to listen, but they feel close. They feel urgent. What if you stopped arguing? What if you simply stopped touching them? This is sleepy detachment, a state where you let your thoughts move without following. You do not push them away. You just refuse to climb inside. You imagine each thought as a leaf on a river. You are not in the river. You are on the bridge, watching, quiet, still. A thought appears, a conversation, a memory, a plan. You see it. You label it gently. Thought. Just a thought. You do not add to it. You do not follow it. You let it float past. Another one comes. You do the same. You are no longer the thoughts. You are the space they pass through, the observer, the watcher, not the speaker. The longer you watch, the less interested your mind becomes. It stops shouting. It stops asking. Because you stop answering, your body responds to this detachment. The tension begins to fall. The breath becomes softer. The mind loses its grip. You are no longer reacting. You are resting. The river keeps flowing, but you are no longer swimming in it. You are dry. You are still. You are above it. Let the thoughts float. Let yourself stay untouched. The sleepy acceptance. Picture this: nothing has changed. But suddenly, everything feels okay because you stop needing it to be different. You lie in bed and the night is not perfect. There is a noise, a feeling in your body, a thought you cannot solve. You wish it would go away. You hope it ends soon. But the more you want it gone, the more it stays. What if you stopped wishing? What if you let it be there? Sleepy acceptance is not giving up. It is allowing. It is choosing to rest even when things are not perfect. You start by noticing what is here. You feel the tension. You feel the worry. You feel the restlessness. You do not try to change it. You say, silently, "This too is okay." You breathe with it. You lie beside it. You let it be part of the night. You are not waiting for it to disappear. You are no longer measuring the time. You are simply being with what is. You say, "I do not need to be calm. I do not need to be ready. I do not need this moment to be different. I can rest anyway. And when your mind starts to ask questions or resist, you gently return to the breath, to the body, to the now. Acceptance is not a trick. It is a release. The pressure to fix yourself fades. The need to reach sleep fades. What remains is softness, is presence, is peace, even in the middle of discomfort. Sleep comes not because you forced the night to be perfect. Sleep comes because you stopped fighting the night as it is. Let what is be enough. Let sleep meet you there. The Hypnagogic Hallway. Picture this. You open a quiet door and step into a strange corridor where thoughts become shapes and reality begins to dissolve. You lie down and your body feels heavy. Your breathing is soft. The world around you is fading. You are not fully awake anymore, but you are not asleep yet. This is the in-between place. The edge where dreams begin to whisper and logic starts to melt. You have entered what some call the Hypnagogic Hallway. It is not a place you can walk to with your feet. It is a space your mind finds when everything begins to quiet down. It feels like a hallway because it has a direction. You are going somewhere, but it also feels like standing still. Things appear here. Sounds that are not real, shapes that make no sense, voices that speak without words. You may see flashes of light. You may feel like you are floating. None of it means anything. That is the magic. You are allowed to walk without understanding. You do not try to control this hallway. You do not try to stop and examine every strange moment. You let the door open. You walk forward. You breathe. You begin to watch what your mind shows you, a forest that shifts colors with your breath, a street where the lights bend in soft curves, a person who you know but cannot name. You do not need to explain. You only need to continue. Every step into the hallway brings you closer to dream, but you are still aware enough to witness it. You are drifting slowly, like falling through fog, like moving under water, without effort. This hallway teaches you how to let go, how to follow without questioning, how to trust what you cannot name. And when you finally forget that you are walking at all, the dream begins. Let the hallway take you there. The sleepy illusion. Picture this. Your mind plays a game where everything feels real until you realize none of it matters. You lie still and your thoughts create pictures. They build stories. They convince you that something urgent is happening, that a conversation needs to be replayed, that a future problem must be solved now, that the way you are lying is wrong. But all of it is illusion. The sleepy illusion is a gentle trick your brain plays because it has not yet been told that you no longer need to stay awake. You begin to notice how real the thoughts feel, but you also notice how strange they are. One moment you are thinking about a place you visited. The next you are halfway into imagining something that never happened. This is the illusion. It is made of fragments, half truth, half dream. You do not need to escape it. You only need to see it. You begin to smile at the way your mind behaves. You say, "This is not reality. This is the beginning of sleep." You welcome it. You lean into the confusion. You let the strange story keep going. You do not resist. You watch. You are now the observer of the illusion. And with each passing second, the scenes get softer, less sharp, less clear. That is the sign. You are entering the dream. But only because you stopped fighting the illusion. The trick was never the illusion itself. The trick was believing you had to do something about it. Once you stop reacting, the illusion has no power. It fades, and in its place comes peace. Let the illusion soften. Let it carry you past waking. The Mental Labyrinth. Picture this: you wander into your own mind and discover it is not a trap, but a peaceful maze, with no exit because it needs none. You are lying quietly, but your thoughts feel like paths. Some turn sharp, some twist gently, some loop back to where they started. You feel like you are walking in circles. You think maybe there is a way out, but there is no door. This is the mental labyrinth. It is not a prison. It is a landscape. It is your own mind showing you all its turns. You begin to walk inside it, not to escape, but but to explore. You follow a thought. It takes you to a childhood moment. You keep walking. It turns into a sound from yesterday. Another turn brings you to a plan for tomorrow. Another to something you cannot explain. You stop resisting the path. You stop needing a map. You start letting each thought show itself and then pass. You no longer try to connect them. You are just walking. Each turn becomes softer. Each twist becomes slower. Eventually, the labyrinth opens. Not with a door, but with space. You begin to realize that you do not need to exit. You only need to stay long enough for the walking to stop on its own. The mind loses its urgency. The thoughts untangle. The walls dissolve. And all that remains is stillness. Let the labyrinth unfold. Let your feet stop walking. The Sleepy Mirage. Picture this. You see something beautiful, and as you reach for it, you fall into the calm that lives behind it. You lie still and your mind begins to show you something. It is a scene, a dream, a place that feels almost real. You reach for it, but every time you move closer, it changes. A beach becomes a mountain. A voice becomes silence. A room becomes light. This is the Sleepy Mirage. It is not a trick. It is a guide. It is your mind drawing you into sleep with pictures that were never meant to be held. You watch them. You follow them. But you stop needing to grab them. You let them fade. And in that fading, you discover something deeper, calm. The mirage is not about the image. It is about the feeling it leaves behind, a softness, a slowness, a surrender. Your thoughts become part of the mirage. They lose their sharp edges. They become colors, sounds, shapes without names. You no longer think in sentences. You think in feelings. You are floating now. The mirage still dances in the distance, but you are no longer chasing it. You are lying beneath it. Let the mirage shift. Let yourself dissolve into it. The cognitive dissonance dive. Picture this: two thoughts pull in opposite directions, and instead of choosing, you fall through the space between them. You lie still, but something inside feels split. You want to sleep, but part of your mind says you should stay awake. You feel calm, but also restless. You think a thought, and then think the opposite. This is cognitive dissonance. Two ideas that do not fit living in your mind at the same time. Most people try to solve it. Choose a side. Silence one. But what if you did not choose? What if you let both be true? I am awake, and I am ready to sleep. I am calm, and I am thinking. I am here, and I am gone. You let the tension between the thoughts stretch, and then you fall through it, into the space that exists between ideas, the space that does not need answers. The dive is not fast. It is like falling in slow motion, like sinking into warm water. The further you fall, the less the two thoughts matter, the less they fight. They both fade, not because one won, because neither needed to win. You breathe, you float, you fall deeper. The space between becomes the sleep itself. Let the dive continue. Let the contradiction carry you downward. The sleepy paradox. Picture this: the moment you stop trying to sleep is the moment your body begins to drift off. You lie in bed and you want to sleep. That want keeps your brain awake. You try to force stillness. You try to silence thought. But every effort wakes you more. The paradox is this: trying to sleep keeps you awake. Not trying lets sleep come. You stop trying. You say, I am okay if I stay awake. I will just lie here and rest. You stop checking the time. You stop needing sleep to arrive. You give up the chase. Your breath deepens. Your body loosens. Your thoughts still come, but they pass like leaves on water. You are no longer asking for sleep. You are no longer resisting being awake. And then it happens. Without asking, without trying. Your mind begins to slip. Your body forgets its weight. The paradox works. Because you stopped making sleep a goal. You made rest the goal. And rest brought sleep with it. Let go of the need. Let the paradox bring peace. The Sleepy Contradiction. Picture this: two truths exist in you at once, and your mind rests because it no longer fights to choose. You lie still and feel both light and heavy. You are thinking, but you are also floating. You feel awake, but you sense that sleep is near. This is the Sleepy Contradiction. The strange comfort of knowing you are more than one thing at once. You stop needing to decide. You stop needing to fix the confusion. You begin to hold both sides. You are here and you are gone. You are thinking and you are not. You are waiting and you have already arrived. Each breath holds both ends. The inhale says, "I am present." The exhale says, "I am leaving." Your thoughts become softer. They no longer fight to be right. They begin to echo, to merge, to quiet down. You lie in this contradiction like lying between warm sheets and cool air, like watching the night come and not needing to name it. And in that space, something opens. Sleep walks in, not to fix, not to answer, but to hold you exactly as you are. Let the contradiction remain. Let it carry you whole into sleep. The Sleepy Conflict. You are lying still, but inside something is tugging in two different directions. You want to sleep, but another part of you still wants to think. One part of you is ready to rest, and another keeps asking questions. You feel like you are floating in two worlds, pulled quietly between them. This is the Sleepy Conflict. Not a loud war, not a sharp fight, just a soft tension, almost invisible, but enough to keep you awake. You try to solve it. You try to choose one side. Maybe if you think through everything, sleep will come after. Maybe if you silence every thought, your body will finally shut down. But neither works. The thoughts grow stronger. The stillness becomes effort. What if instead of picking a side, you let both be true? You are tired and thinking. You are calm and restless. You are seeking and already arriving. You start to breathe with both truths. You tell yourself, this conflict does not need to be resolved. It only needs to be witnessed. You do not need to force stillness. You only need to sit beside the noise until it no longer needs to speak. The body begins to release the pressure. The breath gets slower. The thoughts continue, but they are now background. You no longer follow. You no longer resist. The two sides inside you no longer fight. They just sit. They rest. They sleep side by side. And with them, so do you. Let the conflict soften. Let it become the silence between breaths, the Sleepy Discrepancy. Somewhere in your mind, two versions of you are out of sync. One version of you knows it is time for sleep. It feels the weight in your muscles. It hears the stillness of the night. It trusts the quiet. But another version of you still acts like it is day, still alert, still prepared, still searching for something to do. This small gap, this space between the two versions, is the Sleepy Discrepancy. It is not a mistake. It is simply a delay. Your body has arrived before your mind. You begin to close the gap, not by rushing, not by forcing, but by inviting your mind to meet your body where it already is. You breathe into the stillness. You feel the support beneath you. You say silently, "I am already safe. I am already home." You give your mind permission to stop catching up. You let the slower part lead. The breath becomes the guide. The mind listens. The alertness begins to fade. You are no longer waiting for sleep. You are joining it. And the two versions of you merge into one soft presence. The gap closes. And there is only one truth left. You are here. You are resting. You are ready to let go. Let the discrepancy fade. Let your mind meet your body in peace. The Sleepy Inconsistency. You find yourself in a rhythm that keeps skipping like a record that cannot decide what song to play. Your breathing is slow, then it becomes shallow. Your thoughts are quiet, then one thought becomes loud. You begin to drift, then you come back. The pattern of falling asleep seems to begin and end again, and again. This is the sleepy inconsistency, a looping start that never quite finishes. It can feel like failure, but it is not. It is only the process. Sleep is not a straight line. It is a wave, a curve, a slow dance between thought and stillness. You begin to trust the inconsistency. You tell yourself, I'm allowed to drift and return. Every return is not a mistake. It is part of the path. You follow the rhythm. You do not fight the resets. You stay soft inside the loop. Each breath becomes easier. The gaps between awareness grow longer. The moments of stillness begin to stretch. The thoughts that rise begin to fade faster. You are no longer trying to hold the rhythm. You are being carried by it, and slowly, the skips vanish. The song becomes whole. The night becomes one long rest. Let the inconsistency pass. Let the rhythm unfold without needing to control it. The sleepy ambiguity. You enter a space in your mind where nothing is clearly defined, and everything begins to blur. You are not quite sure what you are feeling, not quite sure what your body wants. The day is over, but your brain has not settled. Some thoughts do not have clear beginnings. Some emotions do not have names. This is the sleepy ambiguity. It is the quiet fog of in-between, where things are not yes or no, not ready or unready. They are just present, floating, waiting. You begin to see the beauty in this fog. You no longer need sharp lines. You let the world go soft. You stop asking for answers. You stop naming what you feel. You simply notice. There is a whisper in your chest. There is a stillness in your legs. There is a thought that rises but does not finish. You do not hold it. You do not stop it. You let it be half-formed. The mind softens. It no longer searches. It begins to move like mist. You are now part of the fog. You do not see clearly, but you do not need to. You are guided by the feeling of peace, not the logic of clarity. Each breath disappears into the next. The ambiguity becomes comfort. And in that comfort, you vanish into sleep. Let the unclear be okay. Let the blur become the door. The sleepy uncertainty. A part of you keeps waiting for something to happen before sleep is allowed. You are lying still, but your mind asks, what if? What if tomorrow is difficult? What if something is forgotten? What if I wake up too early? This is the sleepy uncertainty, the quiet fear that something is unfinished, that something may go wrong, that rest must wait for safety. But true rest begins when you stop needing all the answers, when you realize that not knowing is not danger, it is space. You begin to accept the questions without answers. You say, I do not know, and that is okay. I do not need certainty to rest. You return to your breath. You return to your body. Each breath is a small letting go. Each breath is a reminder that now is enough. You do not try to predict. You do not try to plan. You say, whatever comes, I will meet it then. Not now. Now is for silence. Now is for stillness. The uncertainty does not disappear, but it stops chasing you. It sits beside you and rests. It becomes quiet. Sleep does not need full clarity. It only needs permission. Let the not knowing stay. Let sleep arrive anyway. The sleepy doubt. A thought in your mind asks, am I doing this right? And that thought keeps you from drifting. You start to feel calm, and then your mind questions it. Am I relaxing enough? Is this working? Why am I not asleep yet? This is the sleepy doubt, a gentle resistance disguised as curiosity. It feels like checking. It feels like making sure, but each check pulls you back. You stop relaxing to examine your relaxation. You stop drifting to wonder if you are drifting. The way out of doubt is not more thinking. It is trust. You begin to trust the process, even if it feels slow, even if it feels uncertain. You say, I do not need to measure this. I do not need to watch it. I only need to let it happen. You return to breath. You return to body. You return to the softness of now. The mind may still whisper. You let it speak. But you do not answer. You smile at the doubt. You say, "I see you, and now I am resting." You let the doubt sit in the corner. You do not invite it into the bed, and slowly it fades. Because it no longer has your attention, you fall without checking how far. You drift without asking how long. And sleep comes, not because the doubt is gone, but because you stopped needing to answer it. Let the questions float. Let yourself rest anyway. The sleepy suspense. What if the moment just before something happens is actually where the mind begins to let go? There is a quiet tension inside you. You do not notice it during the day, but now, when the world is still, you feel it. You are lying down. The room is dark. The air is calm. But there is something in your chest that is waiting. Something that has not happened yet. Something that never fully arrives. It is the part of you that stays on edge, not in fear, but in expectation, as if something is just about to begin. A sentence waiting to be finished. A door about to open. A moment that always feels like the next moment is the one that matters. This feeling is not loud. It is not dangerous. But it is suspense. It is a kind of stillness that holds its breath. You feel it as a question, with no answer. A thread that stretches, but never breaks. This is the sleepy suspense. The mind believes that if it stays just a little more alert, it will catch the thing that is coming. But nothing comes. And that is the secret. Sleep is not the arrival. It is the release of waiting. You begin to notice how this suspense feels in your body. A small tightness behind your eyes. A slight buzz in your chest. A readiness in your thoughts that has nowhere to go. You are not trying to stop it. You are meeting it. Sitting beside it. Breathing with it. You begin to see that the suspense is not a signal. It is just a habit. A leftover rhythm from a day that required you to be ready. Ready to respond. Ready to move. Ready to think. But the night does not need readiness. The night only needs presence. You tell yourself gently, "I do not need to be ready anymore. There is nothing to prepare for, nothing to wait for. I am already where I need to be." You return to the feeling. The breath becomes your focus. The suspense stays for a while. But it starts to lose its shape. You are not feeding it anymore. You are not asking it to explain itself. You are not bracing for anything. You are simply lying here, allowing, breathing. The moments pass, and you begin to feel a shift. The tension does not explode. It dissolves. The waiting turns to resting. The next moment no longer matters, because this one is enough. You do not need a resolution. You do not need a climax. The suspense is beautiful because it holds space. And now, that space is soft. You are no longer waiting for something to happen. You are letting nothing happen. And that is where sleep begins. You stay with the breath, with the feeling of letting go. There is nothing after this. No need to complete the story. The moment does not continue. It fades, and you fade with it. Let the suspense remain unfinished. Let it carry you gently into the stillness, where dreams begin. The sleepy mystery. There is something quiet happening inside you, and you do not need to know what it is. As you lie still, your body begins to fall away from the noise of the day. But your mind still wonders, not in a loud voice, but in a soft one. It asks questions, not because it needs answers, but because it wants to keep wandering. Why do I feel this way? What does this thought mean? Where did that memory come from? These are not problems. They're small mysteries, the kind that do not ask to be solved, the kind that only want to be noticed. You begin to watch the questions as they appear, and you say to them, "I do not need to know. I am allowed to rest without knowing." The mystery is not something to fix. It is something to follow gently. You are no longer chasing the answer. You are floating in the wonder, and your breath becomes your anchor, in, out, in, out. Every question becomes smaller. Every idea becomes quieter. The mystery continues, but it no longer pulls you. It drifts beside you like mist, like fog at sea. And inside that fog, you begin to sleep, the sleepy enigma. Some thoughts arrive like riddles you cannot understand, and that is when the mind begins to relax. There are thoughts in your mind that do not have a clear form. You try to think them, but they vanish. You try to follow them, but they scatter. This is not a mistake. This is the sleepy enigma. It is a natural part of falling asleep. It is when logic begins to melt, when words become images, when memories become shapes. You do not need to make sense of it. You are stepping into a space where meaning is no longer the goal, where being is more important than knowing. You breathe into that space. You let the confusion wash over you. It does not feel sharp. It feels like warm water around your thoughts. They soften. They stretch. They let go of the need to explain. You become part of the enigma, and in that puzzle without an answer, sleep begins. The sleepy puzzle. Thoughts rearrange themselves like pieces shifting slowly on their own. You are watching your thoughts float by. One looks like a problem, another like a scene from today, another has no shape at all. Together they feel like pieces of something, but the picture never becomes clear. You are inside a puzzle, not one you must finish, not one with rules, just a puzzle that rearranges itself while you breathe. And the longer you watch, the less it matters what the picture is. You stop solving. You start floating. You say, I do not need to understand. I do not need to complete this. The pieces continue moving, but your body becomes still. You feel your chest rise and fall. You feel your arms soften. The puzzle no longer belongs to you. It begins to solve itself. And you fall asleep before the picture is ever complete. The sleepy riddle. What if the question was more important than the answer, and the answer was silence? There is a thought in your mind that loops, a thought that seems to ask something but never finishes. What am I doing? Why am I thinking? Will I sleep soon? These are riddles, soft ones. Sleepy ones, they do not demand, they do not shout, they whisper in circles. And the more you try to answer them, the more they repeat, until one moment you say, I will not answer. I will just listen. And the moment you stop answering, the riddle becomes peace. The silence between the words becomes your bed. You are no longer a solver. You are a sleeper. Let the riddle fade. Let the mind rest. The sleepy conundrum. Your body is tired, but your mind is not done, and they slowly meet halfway in the dark. You feel your body sinking, the muscles giving up, but your thoughts are still here, not racing, just present. This is the conundrum, a moment when two truths exist. You are ready to rest and you are still thinking. You begin to let them meet instead of fight. You say, I can sleep while thinking. I can drift while awake. You blend the two. You breathe into both. And slowly the thoughts stretch out. They pause longer. They stop trying to finish. The body stays still. The breath becomes light. The conundrum untangles. And in the space between tired and awake, sleep begins. The sleepy paradox. The more you let go, the faster rest comes. And the less you try, the deeper you fall. This is the moment you stop trying. You stop fixing your position. You stop controlling your breath. You stop looking for quiet. You say, I will just be here. That is when the paradox begins to work. You are falling asleep not because you forced yourself, but because you stopped needing to. The brain lets go. The breath leads. The body follows. You are resting now, not because you escaped thought, but because you trusted the moment. And now the moment is carrying you away. The sleepy manipulation. What if your thoughts were not fighting you, but gently nudging you without you even knowing? You lie in bed and your body begins to slow. Your arms feel heavier. Your breath softens. But your mind still dances, not wildly, not in chaos, just gently. It feels like it is leading you somewhere, showing you images, whispering thoughts, pulling your attention away from sleep without making any noise. This is not resistance. This is something else. Something softer. It is sleepy manipulation. It is not loud enough to feel like control. It is not forceful enough to be fear. It is something in between. A soft influence that makes you follow thoughts you did not mean to think. You start with the memory of a conversation. Then the thought slips sideways and becomes a question. That question becomes a scenario. Then that scenario becomes a plan. You are now far from sleep, but you never meant to go there. This is the mind gently moving you like water under a boat. You are not steering, you are being nudged. And it happens not with intention, but with habit. Your thoughts do not mean to keep you awake. They simply do not know that they can stop, so you begin to meet them. You do not fight. You do not argue. You observe. You say to the thought, I see where you want to take me, but I will not go there now. You begin to bring your breath into focus. You give the mind something else to follow, a rhythm, a steady return, a small anchor. The breath goes in, the breath goes out. You let a thought arise, but now you speak back, not with more thought, with stillness, with patience, with silence. You tell your mind, I understand your path, but this is where I pause. The manipulation begins to lose its strength, not because you defeated it, but because you no longer respond. You break the chain by not reaching for the next link. You let go of the storyline. You stop feeding the voice. The influence begins to quiet down. You notice it, but it no longer moves you. It floats beside you and disappears. You stay with the breath, with the stillness, with the weight of your body pressing into the mattress. Sleep is no longer something you are trying to catch. It is now catching you, because the wind that pushed you away has gone still, the pull has stopped, the thoughts have no more direction to give, and in that space you drift, slowly, calmly, deeply. Let the subtle influence fall away. Let the quiet return. The sleepy persuasion. Not all thoughts speak loudly. Some whisper just enough to change your direction. You are lying in the dark, feeling your body slowly melt into stillness. You know you want to sleep. You know your body is ready. But the mind still moves. Not like a storm, but like a soft wind that gently bends the trees. These are not loud thoughts. They do not argue. They do not demand. They persuade. They speak gently and say things like, maybe you should think about that one more time. Maybe you should fix this feeling before you rest. Maybe you should just check once more. This is the sleepy persuasion. It is the mind trying to lead you quietly back into awareness, back into activity, but it wears the clothing of care. It sounds helpful. It seems kind. You listen because it feels familiar. But slowly, you begin to recognize it, not as truth, not as warning, but as habit. You say to the voice, I hear you, but I am not going. You breathe. You return. You let the thoughts speak, but you do not follow. You notice that persuasion cannot work unless you engage. So you stop answering. You stop agreeing. You stay still. The breath continues. The body becomes heavier. The voice loses power. The whisper becomes softer. And finally, it fades. You are no longer being pulled. You are resting. Not because you fought the persuasion, but because you stopped needing to be convinced. Sleep does not need reasons. It needs surrender. Let the persuasion drift away. Let the quiet take its place. The sleepy influence. Thoughts do not shout in this state. They guide like hands under water. Your eyes are closed, and your body feels like it is made of clouds, but your mind is still sculpting images, not wild dreams, not sharp ideas, but gentle shapes, soft flickers. You do not remember deciding to think these things. They just come. This is the sleepy influence. It is the part of your mind that moves without permission. A memory leads to a feeling. That feeling shifts into a sound. That sound becomes a scene, and now you are somewhere else. Not fully awake, not quite dreaming. You are being influenced quietly, by your own subconscious. You stop trying to guide the experience. You become the observer. You say, "This is not a path I chose, but it is one I will walk gently." The influence does not want answers. It only wants you to move slowly with it. You breathe. You float. You feel each thought as a wave. You do not resist the direction, but you do not engage too deeply. You let it pass over you. And as it continues, you notice your body is softer, your mind is looser, the images begin to blur. The influence no longer leads anywhere, it simply fades, because you no longer need it to carry you. You are now floating on your own. Let the influence dissolve. Let stillness remain. The sleepy control. What happens when the need to direct every part of your night begins to let go? You lie in bed, adjusting once, then again. You wonder if you are in the perfect position, if your breathing is right, if your mind is too busy. You keep scanning for control. This is the sleepy control. It is the part of you that believes rest must be managed. It is the belief that if you just find the right setting, sleep will appear. But the more you try to perfect the moment, the less natural it becomes. Control is useful during the day. It helps you move. It helps you choose. But the night does not ask for that. The night asks you to trust, to stop shaping everything. You begin to breathe without correcting. You let your hand stay where it landed. You do not fix the thoughts. You do not check if you are ready. You just stay. You say, "I do not need to manage this. I only need to allow it." The body listens. It stops fidgeting. The breath becomes shallow in the best way. The control begins to release. Like a thread being untied, you do not pull. You let it fall. And underneath that habit of management, sleep is waiting. Let go of the system. Let the body lead. The sleepy domination. Even your strongest thoughts cannot rule the stillness if you do not obey. There is a voice in your head that does not ask. It commands. It says, "You must figure this out." It says, "You should not rest yet." It speaks with strength. But its power is not real unless you believe it. This is the sleepy domination. The illusion that one part of your mind can control the rest. You hear the voice. You feel the urge to follow. But this time you do not move. You listen without reaction. You say, "I know you are here, but I will not follow you tonight." The thought tries again. It gets quieter. It loses its edge. Because the body has not moved. Because the breath did not change. Domination has no effect when there is no surrender. You begin to feel peace where there was once pressure. The voice fades into air. You are now lying in your own silence. Not forced, not commanded, just free. Let the voice lose its strength. Let sleep speak louder. The sleepy authority. The mind can only guide your night if you give it permission. You are lying with your eyes closed, and the thoughts begin lining up. They each bring something to your attention. They stand like figures behind a podium, one by one. They speak. They instruct. They remind. They seem to be in charge, but something inside you begins to question that. Who gave them the role? Why do they have the microphone? You begin to see that this is the sleepy authority. The part of your mind that believes it must always lead. But sleep does not follow leaders. It follows rhythm. It follows surrender. You let each thought finish, but you no longer act. You no longer nod in agreement. You say, "Thank you, but this is not your time. I am no longer taking advice. I am resting now." You return to the breath. You let the voices become background. They begin to fade. The stage is empty. The air is still. And in that silence, sleep enters without asking. The sleepy power. When nothing tries to win, the deepest rest begins. You lie still, and all the forces in you begin to quiet down. There is no effort now, no struggle to stay awake, no chase to fall asleep. Power usually means force, action, control. But this is a different kind of power. This is sleepy power. It is the power of not needing to win, of not proving anything, of not doing anything. It is the strength found in surrender. You stop checking how long you've been lying here. You stop asking if you are close to sleep. You say, "This is powerful enough. This rest is already enough." You let your breath be slow. You let your limbs be forgotten. And in that forgetting, you find a deeper knowing. The power is not in the mind. It is in the body letting go. The power is not in thinking. It is in being, in drifting, in trusting. You feel the sleep approach, and you do not greet it. You allow it. Let the final thought fade. Let the power of rest carry you home. The sleepy command. What if the quietest voice in the room held the most power? Not the loudest demand, not the sharpest order, but the gentle whisper that lingers in the space between thoughts. Close your eyes for a moment. Feel the weight of your eyelids, the slow surrender of your muscles as they loosen. That pull toward rest isn't weakness. It's a command soft, ancient, and undeniable. The sleepy command isn't about force. It's the quiet authority of exhaustion, the way your body hums its needs beneath the noise of the day. You can ignore it, drown it in caffeine or distraction, but it remains. Persistent, unmoved. Like the tide, it doesn't argue. It simply returns. Think of the last time you fought sleep. The heaviness in your limbs, the fog swallowing your thoughts. The harder you resisted, the deeper it pulled. That's the essence of the sleepy command. An invitation wrapped in inevitability. It doesn't shout. It doesn't negotiate. It waits. And here's the secret: it's not your enemy. Modern life treats rest like a thief, stealing productivity. But the sleepy command corrects that lie. It's the body's wisdom, a reminder that you are not a machine. You are a creature of rhythm, of cycles. To obey the sleepy command isn't surrender, it's realignment. So tonight, when the command comes, don't tense against it. Listen. Let it guide you under, like a current carrying you home. The sleepy mastery. Have you ever watched a cat nap? There's no guilt, no hesitation, just pure, effortless descent into rest. Now, think of your own sleep. The planning, the struggle, the mental bargaining. What if sleep wasn't something you chased, but something you mastered? The sleepy mastery is the art of yielding without resistance. It's not about control, it's about harmony. Picture a dancer who doesn't fight the music, but moves with it. That's mastery. Not forcing sleep, but meeting it halfway. Most people treat sleep as a destination. They race toward it, counting hours, measuring quality, as if rest were a trophy to be won. But mastery asks a different question. What if you stop trying so hard? The mind clings to wakefulness like a child, to a blanket. It invents problems, replays conversations, spins storyall to avoid the vulnerability of surrender. The sleepy mastery is the practice of letting those thoughts pass like clouds. You don't chase them. You don't judge them. You simply notice, and then you return to the breath, the darkness, the quiet. True mastery isn't perfection. It's the gentle return, again and again, to the present moment. It's trusting that sleep will come, not because you forced it, but because you allowed it. The sleepy supremacy. Who decides when the day ends? The clock, the sun, or something deeper? Imagine a world where sleep wasn't scheduled but sovereign, where rest didn't bend to productivity but ruled over it. That's the sleepy supremacy, the reclaiming of sleep as the highest law. We live in a rebellion against nature. Artificial light, endless screens, the cult of busyness all whispering the same lie. You can outrun rest, but the body knows better. Fatigue isn't a flaw. It's a testament to the supremacy of sleep. Think of the last time you truly slept deep, dreamless, uninterrupted. Remember how the world felt lighter afterward? That's the power of the sleepy supremacy. It resets not just the body, but the mind. It clears the debris of yesterday, making space for what's next. Yet we treat it as an afterthought. We cram our days full, then wonder why sleep eludes us. The supremacy isn't about sleeping more. It's about honoring sleep's rightful places, the silent governor of our lives. Tonight, let sleep lead, not as a guest, but as the ruler it was always meant to be, the sleepy rule. Have you ever found yourself following a rule so deeply ingrained that you forgot why it even existed? Not because someone forced it onto you, but because it felt easier to obey than to question. The sleepy rule begins quietly, often without your notice. It starts with a subtle compromise, a gentle nod to what seems harmless, and eventually becomes the very rhythm of your daily life. You wake up at the same time, you check the same apps, you follow the same routine, and without anyone instructing you, you begin to repeat the same decisions. There is no law carved in stone, no decree from above, but somehow you're always drawn to the same coffee, the same route, the same comfort. The sleepy rule is not enforced by a ruler. It is whispered by habit. It lives in repetition, and the more you follow it, the less awake you feel. This rule wraps around your thoughts like a warm blanket. It tells you there is no need to change because this is safe. It convinces you that if everything is predictable, everything is fine. But comfort is not the same as clarity. Familiarity is not the same as awareness. When the rule becomes invisible, it becomes powerful. You stop thinking, you stop asking, you drift into a waking dream where nothing challenges you. The sleepy rule teaches you to say yes without thinking, to nod instead of question. It dulls the sharp edge of your awareness. Even when something feels wrong, the rule reminds you of the easier choice, the non-confrontational path, the peaceful silence. And before long, you lose the ability to sense whether you are doing what you believe in or just what you are used to. The power of the sleepy rule is that it never needs to defend itself. It is protected by your own routine. Even rebellion becomes part of its design. You convince yourself that you're free because you chose this routine. But did you really choose it? Or did the rule choose you when you weren't fully awake? You may try to break it one day. Try a different path. Ask a difficult question. Sit with discomfort. But the rule pulls you back with a smile. It says, "This is unnecessary." It says, "Why bother?" It says, "You're fine just as you are." And in those moments, you are tested. Not with punishment, but with ease. Not with resistance, but with familiarity. The test is whether you will choose what feels known over what feels real, whether you will wake up or go on sleepwalking through decisions that were never truly yours. So the next time you feel yourself repeating something without knowing why, pause. Not to resist the rule with force, but to see it clearly. Ask yourself if this choice is yours, or just the sleepy echo of yesterday. Because only by seeing the rule can you decide if it still belongs in your life. Only by waking up to it can you make space for something new, the sleepy governance. What if you lived in a world where every decision you made was quietly guided by something you couldn't quite name? Something that didn't scream for your attention but whispered suggestions into your everyday life. The sleepy governance is not a system that commands. It governs with softness, with silence. It governs through your attention by choosing what you see and what you ignore. At first, it feels like freedom. You can do anything. But slowly, this invisible system begins to steer your choices, not by removing options, but by shaping the ones you notice. You scroll through your feed, and it tells you what matters. You feel sad, and it offers you a distraction. You feel doubt, and it offers you comfort. You never asked for this guidance, but it's there. Constant, pervasive, familiar. Sleepy governance is a strange kind of rule. It's not a leader. It's not even a rule book. It is a gentle algorithm of habit and desire. It makes you think you're deciding, when really, your choices are being sculpted by patterns you didn't design. Over time, it becomes difficult to know which desires are truly yours, which beliefs are reflections, and which are illusions. Governance usually brings images of control, but here it brings sleep. Because the more you let this system think for you, the less thinking you do on your own. You become governed not by force, but by persuasion, not by reason, but by suggestion. It governs through the shape of your habits, your fears, your pleasures. The sleepy governance doesn't punish you for breaking away. It simply makes breaking away feel pointless. It gives you everything you want so that you stop questioning what you need. And the moment you accept comfort as your only compass, you give away your direction. You live in a beautifully padded cage where nothing hurts, but nothing grows. You may think you're awake because your eyes are open, but you live under a system where your dreams are sold back to you as advertisements, where your attention is traded without your consent, and your thoughts are nudged gently in directions you never agreed to walk. Waking up is not a dramatic rebellion. It is a quiet act of asking, why? Why do I care about this? Why do I want this? Why do I feel like this? And each honest answer pulls a thread from the fabric of sleepy governance. Because the more you ask, the more you see. And once you begin to see, the spell is broken. The governance weakens. And the decisions you make begin to reflect something deeper, something real, something that was waiting quietly beneath the noise. The sleepy leadership. Have you ever followed someone without knowing why? Not because they inspired you, but because it seemed easier than leading yourself. Sleepy leadership is not about bold commands or great charisma. It is about quiet obedience to the nearest voice that sounds sure. It is about letting others decide the shape of your life, while you drift behind them with your eyes half closed. Sleepy leadership thrives in still waters. It avoids disruption. It speaks in soft tones. It tells you there is nothing to worry about, and in doing so, it steals your urgency to question. You follow not because you believe, but because it is simpler than choosing. You listen not because they know, but because you do not want to be the one who risks being wrong. There is comfort in this kind of leadership, a comfort that slowly numbs you. You begin to accept things as they are. You say this is how things have always been. You say it is not your place to change them. You let the leader decide, even if you do not understand where they are going. And each time you avoid responsibility, you give away a piece of your own direction. Sleepy leadership doesn't want visionaries. It wants followers. It wants stillness, not challenge. It tells you to wait, not to act. It rewards silence and frowns at doubt. And so, entire groups fall asleep under the weight of decisions made without their true consent. You don't need to wear a crown to be a leader, and you don't need a title to follow. Sleepy leadership lives in small decisions, in who you ask before you speak, in who you blame when things go wrong, in who you silently follow even when your heart whispers no. To break free from this haze, you must learn to listen to yourself, not your fear, not your doubt, but that quiet voice that asks real questions, that feels discomfort when something is wrong, that wants to see, not just be shown. Leadership is not about always knowing what to do. It is about choosing to be awake while others sleep, choosing to act when it is easier to wait, choosing to question even when the answers are uncertain. In a world full of sleepy leaders, the first brave act is to wake up to your own voice. And once you do, you may find that others are waiting for someone like you to lead not with power, but with presence. The sleepy direction. What if you were walking a path, confident and steady, only to realize you never chose the path to begin with? The sleepy direction is not a destination. It is the quiet drift of a life lived without question. It is not about where you are going, but why you are going there. You wake up, and life moves. But have you ever paused and asked, who started this journey? Why does the road look like this? Did I build this, or did I inherit it? The sleepy direction begins when you move forward without knowing where forward really leads. It disguises itself as ambition, as structure, as success. It gives you milestones to chase, grades to earn, jobs to land, goals to crush. But underneath all that noise, a question stirs: is this truly my direction? Or just the one handed down to me by someone else's dream? You keep walking because stopping feels wrong. And yet, the more you walk, the more tired you feel. Not physically, but in your soul. As if your heart is out of sync with your steps. You are moving but not living, achieving but not growing. Sleepy direction doesn't come from evil, it comes from quiet neglect. From never pausing long enough to ask why. From letting others define your destination. And once you accept their definition, you carry it like a map, even if it leads you away from yourself. The challenge is not to stop walking. It is to walk with awareness, to listen, to notice when your steps no longer align with your truth, and to have the courage to turn, even if everyone else keeps going straight. Redefining your direction does not mean you were wrong. It means you woke up. It means you looked around and realized you want something different, something that speaks to you, something that invites you to be fully alive, not just functional. Sleepy direction cannot survive the light of curiosity. Once you begin asking, once you begin listening, once you begin choosing with clarity, the haze lifts, and you begin to move again not toward someone else's vision, but toward your own. The sleepy guidance. What if the softest voice in your mind was the one that shaped your entire journey? Not the voice that shouts in moments of urgency, but the one that hums quietly in your daily routine, nudging you forward without question. The sleepy guidance does not control you with commands. It guides you with comfort. It leads you through familiarity, suggesting the path that requires the least resistance. At first it feels like intuition, like something within you knows the way. But soon, that internal compass begins to repeat the same routes. You go to the same places, think the same thoughts, avoid the same discomforts. You convince yourself that this is your wisdom. But is it really wisdom, or is it just the echo of repetition? Sleepy guidance is subtle. It never argues, it never questions. It simply agrees with whatever feels safe. It guides you not toward growth, but toward ease. And that ease becomes addictive. When something feels familiar, you follow it. When something feels different, you hesitate. Not because it is wrong, but because it is unknown. There is no alarm when this guidance begins to take over. You do not feel trapped. You feel calm. But the calmness is not peace. It is the stillness of a boat that never leaves the dock. It is the silence of dreams never chased. You begin to think that maybe you were never meant for more. That maybe this quiet life is all there is. But deep down, something resists. A small part of you wonders if this guidance is asleep. If it leads you not because it is right, but because it is afraid. Afraid of failure, of judgment, of pain. And when you listen to it too long, you begin to take smaller steps, softer words, safer thoughts. True guidance does not always feel comfortable. Sometimes it stirs discomfort. Sometimes it asks hard questions. Sleepy guidance avoids all that. It tells you to stay where you are, to wait until it feels perfect, to hold back your truth, to smile when you want to scream. To awaken from this spell, you do not need to run. You only need to pause. And in that pause, ask who is really guiding you. Is it your courage or your fear dressed as caution? Is it your desire for growth or your longing for safety? You do not need to fight the guidance, you need to see it. And once you see it clearly, you can choose whether to follow or to step outside the lines it drew. You can make a new path, one that includes discomfort, one that invites wonder, one that feels truly alive. The sleepy navigation. Have you ever followed directions so closely that you forgot to look up? Not because you were lost, but because you trusted the map more than your own eyes. The sleepy navigation begins with trust. You place your belief in something that claims to know better. A system, a plan, a voice that says it knows the way. You start following, and at first it feels right. There is a comfort in knowing the next turn, in having a route planned. But slowly, the act of navigating becomes passive. You stop choosing. You start reacting. The path is already decided, and you are just along for the ride. Sleepy navigation is not about movement, it is about blind movement. You keep going because you believe there must be a purpose. But purpose without awareness becomes hollow. You reach the destination and feel nothing. You check off goals and still feel behind. You trust the system more than your own senses. You silence your doubts because they are not on the map. You ignore your curiosity because it is not on the route. And somewhere along the way, you forget how to feel the direction yourself. Sleepy navigation is not evil. It is automated. It teaches you that life is better when you do not question, that goals matter more than growth, that precision is better than presence. And so you move faster, but you experience less. There is a moment when you pause and realize you don't remember the last time you chose your direction, not because someone took it away, but because you gave it up willingly. You chose the map over the moment. To break this trance, you must risk being lost. You must let go of the path and feel the terrain under your feet. Look around. What do you notice? What do you feel pulled toward? That pull is your real navigation. When you trust your own sense of direction, you may walk slower, but you walk fuller. You notice more. You connect deeper. You discover not just the world, but yourself. And that is a kind of navigation that no system can provide. The sleepy steering. What happens when your hands are on the wheel, but you are not really driving? When your eyes are open, but your mind is somewhere else? Sleepy steering is the illusion of control. You think you are guiding your life, but your movements are automatic. Your reactions are learned. Your choices are memorized. You steer the same way every day. You turn away from conflict. You avoid risks. You follow expectations. And you tell yourself, this is control. But true control is not repetition. It is awareness. It is deciding with presence. Sleepy steering starts small. You do something once, and it works. So you do it again and again until it becomes your default. Not because it is the best way, but because it is the known way. And then you stop steering with intention. You tell yourself you are in charge. But when you look closer, you are just avoiding surprises. You are choosing what feels predictable, what feels acceptable. You are moving, but you are not leading. In this state, you avoid the edges. You keep the wheel straight, not because the road demands it, but because it is easier than turning. You say yes when you want to say no. You smile when you want to pause. You continue when you need to stop. To steer with presence, you must feel the road. You must be willing to respond, not just repeat. Steering is not about following the path. It is about shaping it with each decision. And each decision begins with awareness. So check your grip. Ask if your hands are really guiding, or if they are just holding on. Ask if your direction is based on choice or habit. And then choose again, because the wheel is always in your hands, even when it feels like you are not moving at all. The sleepy pilot. Have you ever been in the cockpit of your life but felt like someone else was flying the plane? You see the controls. You know the destination. But something in you hesitates to touch the buttons. The sleepy pilot watches but does not act. It observes but does not choose. It waits for permission to be in charge of its own flight. You tell yourself you are not ready, that someone else knows better, that maybe later you will take over. And so the flight continues, smooth but directionless. High above the clouds, you drift without purpose. Being a sleepy pilot does not mean you are lost. It means you have surrendered your ability to lead. You rely on autopilot, on systems, on structures that tell you when to act. But autopilot does not feel. It does not adjust to your dreams. It keeps you safe, but not alive. There is a difference between flying and floating. Flying means choosing. Floating means waiting. And you have waited long enough. The controls are not locked. The system is not against you. It is just waiting for you to decide that now is the moment. You may not know every step. You may not feel fully prepared. But waiting for certainty is another form of sleep. It is the dream that one day it will all make sense. But clarity comes after you start flying, not before. Take the wheel, even if your hands tremble, even if the skies look strange. Because nothing changes until you believe you can fly this plane yourself. The sleepy captain. What if you were the captain of a ship but you never left the shore? You wore the uniform, you held the title, but the ship remained anchored. The sleepy captain believes they are in charge because the world calls them one. But leadership without motion is just a symbol. You stand on deck and look out. You tell yourself you will sail once the weather is better. Once the supplies are perfect. Once the crew is fully ready. But these are stories that keep you still. Sleepy captain avoids movement. Not because they do not want to lead, but because they are afraid to be responsible. Afraid that if they truly take command, the journey might go wrong. And so they wait. But the sea was never meant to be seen from the dock. It was meant to be lived, to be felt, to be risked. A captain does not guarantee safe passage. A captain guarantees presence. You do not have to be fearless to lead. You only have to be willing to act, to trust, to sail knowing storms may come. Because the storm is not what breaks the captain. It is what reveals one. And in leading, you find yourself, not in titles or applause, but in choices made when no one is watching, in decisions taken when no one agrees, in courage found when comfort is louder. So pull the anchor, leave the dock, lead, not because you are perfect, but because no one else can lead your ship like you can. The Sleepy Commander. Have you ever had the power to command but chose silence instead? Not because you lacked authority, but because you feared the echo of your own voice. The Sleepy Commander stands at the center but says nothing, not out of peace, but out of hesitation. You were born with the power to decide, to direct, to shape your life with intention. But over time you learned to doubt that power. You were told to wait, to listen, to not cause trouble, and so you began to withdraw. Sleepy Commander is not about weakness, it is about disconnection. You still have the strength, you just stopped using it. You forgot how powerful you are, and in that forgetting, you began to follow commands instead of giving them. But every choice you make is a command, every boundary you hold is an order, every dream you protect is a mission. You do not need permission to command your life. You only need presence. Waking up means reclaiming your authority, speaking your truth, even when it shakes, choosing your path even when it is different, leading your moments even when others hesitate. You were never meant to sleep through life. You were meant to shape it, to step forward, to speak up, and to command not with force, but with clarity. So speak, act, choose, not because the world says you can, but because your soul knows you must. The Sleepy Experiment. What if your entire life was an ongoing experiment, but you never realized who was conducting it? Not in a lab with wires and microscopes, but in your choices, your reactions, and your silence. The Sleepy Experiment begins not with a big question, but with a quiet assumption. You start living as if certain patterns are truth, without ever testing them. You assume that avoiding discomfort is good. You assume that being agreeable is wise. You assume that fitting in is the safest path. This experiment is not about science. It is about repetition. You try the same approach again and again, even when it does not bring peace. You seek approval in the same ways. You hide emotions using the same masks. You delay action with the same excuses. But you never stop to ask if the experiment is working. You just assume that it must be. In this sleepy state, your life becomes a series of trials without analysis. You gather results, but you do not read them. You repeat behaviors, but you do not revise them. The same triggers provoke you, the same insecurities chase you, and the experiment continues, quietly, endlessly. The problem is not failure. The problem is unconsciousness. When you stop observing, you stop evolving. When you stop testing your own assumptions, they become beliefs. When you stop noticing the outcomes, you forget that you are the one conducting the test. Waking up in this experiment means beginning again with curiosity. It means looking at your actions and asking why. Why did I react that way? Why did I believe this would help? Why am I still doing this when it never brings peace? You are both the subject and the scientist of your life. The data is all around you, in your mood, your energy, your peace, your confusion. Every moment is a chance to observe, to change variables, to try again, not with force but with awareness. There is no failure in this experiment. There is only sleep or wakefulness. When you are awake, even the hardest lessons become useful. Even the quietest signals become valuable, because in every moment you are learning something. So continue the experiment. But this time, pay attention. This time, let curiosity lead instead of fear. This time, remember that your life is not meant to be perfect. It is meant to be explored, the sleepy trial. Have you ever felt like your life is constantly being judged, not by a court, but by invisible eyes you cannot name, as if every step is part of a quiet trial where you are both the defendant and the judge? The sleepy trial is not dramatic. It does not call you to the stand. It simply whispers that you are not enough, that you need to prove yourself again and again. You live as if someone is watching, even when no one is. You make choices not because they feel true, but because they look good from the outside. You rehearse your words. You filter your emotions. You pretend to be sure, even when you are not. In this trial, your worth is always under review. You measure yourself by likes, by compliments, by achievements. You avoid mistakes not because you care about growth, but because you fear being seen as wrong. You fear the sentence of silence, the judgment of disappointment. The trial never ends because you never stop trying to win a verdict that was never necessary. You are already free, but you do not feel free because the trial is in your mind. It plays out in quiet moments, in doubt, in hesitation, in the fear of being too much or not enough. Sleepy trial is a performance, a life where you are always trying to prove something. You work harder, not because you are inspired, but because you are afraid to be still. You say yes to things that drain you. You hide your truth to stay likable, and yet the jury never speaks. The judge never delivers a verdict. You are fighting for approval that never truly arrives. You are living a case that no one else is watching. To awaken from this trial, you must step outside the courtroom in your mind. You must ask, what am I trying to prove and to whom? You must allow yourself to be seen without the armor, without the case prepared. There is a freedom beyond judgment, a space where you do not need to defend your choices, where you can live without the fear of being misunderstood. That space is waiting. It begins with acceptance, and acceptance begins when you stop putting yourself on trial for being human. The sleepy test. What if your everyday experiences were testing you, but you had forgotten what the test was for? Not a test with grades or punishments, but one where your reactions reveal the depth of your awareness. The sleepy test is not announced. It does not come with a warning. It appears in ordinary situations and watches how you show up. You think the test is about outcomes, about whether you win or lose, succeed or fail. But the real test is about how present you are, how honest, how connected. The test shows up when you are late and someone frustrates you. It shows up when you are tired and someone needs your help. It shows up when you feel unseen and must choose whether to shrink or speak. Sleepy test is subtle. You miss it when you are rushing. You fail it not by making mistakes, but by missing the lesson, by reacting without reflection, by choosing patterns over presence. Each time you face the test, you have an opportunity to grow or to repeat, to pause or to rush, to choose your values or your habits. But when you are asleep, you choose without noticing. You respond automatically. You tell yourself it was just a bad day, just a stressful moment, just someone else's fault, and the test resets. It waits. It shows up again in a different form, a new face, a different situation. And once more, you are asked the same quiet question. Will you be awake this time? Waking up in the test means choosing to see. It means noticing your breath when you feel anxious. It means softening your voice when you feel anger rise. It means staying kind even when you are tired. Not because someone is watching, but because you are. There is no passing or failing here. Only learning or repeating. The test will not go away, but it will become easier once you start noticing it. Once you realize that each challenge is not against you, but for you, the sleepy test becomes a sacred space once you see it clearly. A mirror that reflects not what the world is doing to you, but what you are becoming through it. The sleepy analysis. Have you ever overthought something to the point where you forgot how you felt about it? Like you broke it down so much that you could no longer see the whole picture. The sleepy analysis is not about clarity. It is about paralysis. It is when your mind becomes so busy trying to make sense of everything that it forgets to simply feel. You analyze conversations long after they end. You replay what you said, what they might have meant. You wonder what you should have done differently. And in doing so, you drift further from the present, further from peace. Sleepy analysis gives you the illusion of control. You feel like if you think hard enough, you will find the answer. But the answer often lives in silence, in breath, in acceptance, not in dissecting every detail. This form of thinking is not curiosity. It is fear disguised as logic. You are afraid of being wrong, afraid of being hurt, so you analyze to protect yourself. But protection without trust becomes a prison. You become the observer of your own life, always watching but never living, always thinking but rarely feeling. You ask why until you are exhausted, but you never ask how. How does this make me feel? How do I want to move forward? Waking up from the sleepy analysis means trusting something deeper than thoughts. It means allowing uncertainty. It means realizing that some things cannot be solved. They can only be lived. When you let go of needing to understand everything, you begin to experience more. You begin to feel the warmth in a conversation without questioning if it was real. You begin to enjoy a moment without needing to know if it will last. The mind is a beautiful tool, but a painful master. Use it, but do not obey it blindly. Allow yourself to feel what is true, even when it does not make sense. And in that feeling, you will find something more honest than any analysis could ever offer. The sleepy study. What if your life was a study in progress, and you were the only one who never looked at the results? You collect memories, emotions, experiences, but you never sit down to learn from them. The sleepy study is the quiet gathering of life without reflection. It is a pile of lessons that were never opened. You go through heartbreaks, but you do not ask what they taught you. You make mistakes, but you rush past them. You succeed, but you do not understand why it mattered. You are living as a subject in your own study, but you never step back to read the pages. This sleepy state feels like movement, but it lacks depth. You are always doing, always going, always surviving. But learning requires stillness. It requires attention. You study others more than yourself. You compare. You measure. You wonder why their life seems clearer. But you forget that their lessons are not yours. Your study is unique. It is written in your tears, your silence, your late-night thoughts. To awaken in this study is to start reading. Start asking, what have I learned from this season of life? What did I avoid that I needed to face? What am I still carrying that is no longer mine? There is wisdom waiting in your past, not to trap you, but to free you, not to define you, but to reveal you. Each experience is a page, each emotion is a highlight, each failure is a note in the margin. The study is not complete, you are still writing it, but now you can choose to read as you go, to learn as you live, to pause not just to rest, but to understand. This kind of study does not give you answers. It gives you awareness, and from awareness comes freedom. The freedom to move forward with clarity, to live not just by instinct, but by insight, not just by habit, but by truth. The sleepy research. Have you ever searched for something without really knowing what you were trying to find? Not in a library or a lab, but deep inside your own life. The sleepy research begins with the belief that you are looking for answers, when in truth, you may just be repeating the same old questions. You gather facts, opinions, experiences, hoping something will finally click. But somewhere along the way, the search becomes a cycle. You collect, but you do not connect. You read, but you do not reflect. This kind of research feels productive. You stay busy with podcasts, books, videos, quotes. You highlight lines and save screenshots. But the more you gather, the less you seem to grow. Because sleepy research is not about discovering truth. It is about distracting yourself from it. It is about filling your mind so completely that you never have to sit with the quiet truth already within you. You convince yourself that you are not ready yet, that you need more knowledge before you act, more clarity before you decide, more certainty before you begin, and so you keep researching. You search how to heal, how to be confident, how to let go, but research without reflection becomes noise. It becomes comfort disguised as progress. The trap is subtle, because you feel like you are learning, but you are only learning how to delay, how to avoid discomfort, how to stay just busy enough that you never have to face the unknown. The deeper truth is that most of what you are searching for is already inside you. You just do not trust it yet. To awaken from this sleepy search, you must learn to pause, to let your notes become insights, to let your thoughts become feelings, to let your knowledge become choices. Because knowledge that stays in the mind cannot change your life. Only what reaches the heart can do that. Ask yourself, what am I really searching for? Is it truth? Or is it a feeling of being prepared enough to finally live? The moment you stop trying to be ready and start choosing to be real, the research becomes meaningful. Not because it ends, but because it starts guiding you back to yourself. The sleepy investigation. What if every thought, every reaction, every quiet decision was part of a mystery you were meant to solve? Not a dramatic crime, but a subtle unfolding, the mystery of who you are. The sleepy investigation begins not with a flashlight, but with a question, a soft wondering that grows louder with silence. But often, instead of looking closely, you turn away. You explain your patterns too quickly. You blame them on your past. You label them as personality. And so the investigation ends before it begins. You feel something is off, but you ignore the evidence. You notice a behavior repeat itself, but you call it normal. You experience the same hurt again, and you write it off as fate. But underneath all of that is a deeper truth that wants to be seen. The sleepy part is not that you do not care. It is that you do not slow down long enough to really examine what is going on. Instead of becoming the investigator, you become the witness. You observe, but you do not ask. You feel, but you do not explore. And slowly, you begin to live in a fog, one where your own patterns confuse you, where your emotions feel disconnected from their roots, where you start believing that this is just who you are, instead of something you can understand and shift. Sleepy investigation is when you mistake surface-level awareness for self-knowledge. You name your habits, but you never question them. You talk about your wounds, but you never trace their shape. You describe your fears, but you never explore where they were born. Waking up here means becoming curious again. Asking not just what you feel, but why. Asking not just what you do, but what you are avoiding. It means following the clues your life gives you, the repeated struggles, the quiet longings, the sudden reactions. They are all trying to lead you somewhere deeper. You are the detective of your own soul. The mystery is not something to solve, but something to witness fully. The more curious you become, the more clear everything starts to feel. And in that clarity, you stop fearing your own complexity. You begin to trust that there is wisdom in your questions, even when answers take time. The sleepy inquiry. Have you ever asked yourself a question that you did not truly want to answer? Maybe you said you were reflecting, but deep down you were avoiding. The sleepy inquiry is the act of asking without listening. You ask how to be happy, but you do not want to change. You ask how to heal, but you do not want to feel. You ask how to grow, but you fear what that growth might require. This kind of inquiry is quiet. It lives in journals half-filled, in conversations where you nod but do not absorb, in moments where you say you are working on yourself, but nothing inside you really moves. You are looking into yourself with blurry eyes, seeing just enough to feel like you are awake, but not enough to change anything. You say you are curious, but curiosity without courage becomes a loop. You keep asking the same questions, hoping for different answers. You keep exploring the same parts of yourself, avoiding the places that hurt. And you wonder why nothing shifts. Sleepy inquiry protects you from discomfort. It helps you feel like you are trying, without risking anything real. It keeps you near the surface. It teaches you to speak about transformation without ever walking through it. But there is another kind of inquiry, one that starts not with bold questions, but with honest stillness. A pause that says, I am ready to hear what I do not want to hear. I am ready to look where I have been afraid to look. I am ready to ask and truly listen. Waking up here is not about finding answers. It is about asking from the heart instead of the habit. When you ask what is true for me, you must be willing to let go of what is comfortable. When you ask, what do I really want, you must be willing to face what you have been pretending not to need. The questions matter, but the presence you bring to them matters more. Because when you ask from a place of truth, the answers often arrive not as thoughts, but as shifts, as clarity in your chest, as peace in your decisions, as release in your breath. The sleepy examination. What happens when you study your life like a test but forget to feel it as a story? The sleepy examination turns your journey into a checklist. You begin to grade yourself. Was I kind enough? Did I say the right thing? Did I do enough today to feel worthy of rest? But in this kind of examination, you miss the point. You look at what you did, but not how it shaped you. You measure your actions, but not your growth. This way of seeing yourself is exhausting. You become a student in your own life who never feels like they passed. No matter how much you achieve, it never feels like enough, because you are always examining from a place of doubt instead of wonder. You compare your life to others, thinking that will help you improve. You replay your failures, thinking that will make you stronger. But true examination is not about punishment. It is about understanding. It is about asking, how did this moment change me? Not did I handle it perfectly, but did I grow from it? Sleepy examination makes you judge yourself more than you reflect. It makes you afraid to look honestly. Because if you find something broken, you think it means you are failing. But the truth is, finding something broken is the beginning of healing. It is the start of clarity. To wake up from this way of thinking, you must shift from judgment to curiosity, from pressure to presence. Ask, how did I show up with what I had today? What did I learn about my capacity, my emotions, my choices? Your life is not a test. You are not being graded. You are being shaped, and every moment is part of that shaping. You do not need to be perfect to be progressing. You do not need to have answers to be growing. When you stop examining to prove your worth and start examining to understand your journey, something softens. You begin to see not just your mistakes, but your efforts. Not just your fears, but your resilience. And that is the kind of awareness that truly transforms. The sleepy inspection. What if the lens through which you view your life was fogged, but you never realized it? You keep checking yourself, inspecting your progress, your emotions, your habits, but something feels unclear. The sleepy inspection is not about laziness. It is about over-monitoring without depth. You become so used to checking on yourself that you forget to actually see yourself. You inspect your mood, but not your needs. You inspect your productivity, but not your peace. You inspect your relationships, but not your truth within them. You scan everything from the outside, but the view stays blurry. This kind of inspection is mechanical. It is done out of habit, not care. You tell yourself you are being self-aware, but you are really just keeping yourself in check. You believe that the more closely you watch yourself, the better you will become. But watching without compassion becomes criticism, and criticism, repeated, becomes shame. You start to believe you are always doing something wrong, that you are never enough, that even your rest must be earned. And so you inspect, again and again, looking for faults, for reasons, for flaws. But what if the point is not to inspect yourself like a broken machine, but to witness yourself like a living story? What if instead of checking, you paused to feel? Instead of measuring, you softened to accept? Waking up here means shifting the way you look, choosing to see not what is missing, but what is already present, choosing to look with gentleness, not fear, choosing to ask, what do I need right now, instead of, what did I do wrong? The more gently you look, the more clearly you see, and in that clarity, you remember that you are not a project to fix, you are a person to understand, and understanding begins when the inspection ends. When you stop analyzing and start listening, when you stop checking and start feeling, when you stop fearing what you will find and start loving who is already there. The Sleepy Review. What if you looked back on your life, not to judge it, but to feel it again with open eyes, not to correct every misstep, but to understand how you arrived here? The Sleepy Review is not loud. It does not demand your attention. It waits for you to slow down, for a quiet moment when you glance behind and suddenly wonder, did I really live that part fully? You start reviewing your days without even knowing it, in the silence before sleep, in the pause after a long conversation, in the drive home when you finally get time to think. But this kind of review often becomes blurry. Instead of clarity, it brings confusion. Instead of insight, it brings doubt. You go over your choices not to learn, but to relive. You revisit your words and wish you had said something else. You revisit your pauses and wish you had acted sooner. You begin to review not with presence, but with regret. That is the sleepy part. Not the act of looking back, but the way you do it without depth. You skim through memories like flipping through channels. You skip over the hard parts, or you dwell on them too long. You forget that the point of a review is not to punish the past, but to understand what it taught you. You review your day and call it a failure because one thing went wrong. You review your week and call it unproductive because you felt tired. You forget to notice the moments you were kind, the moments you were strong, the moments you kept going, even when it would have been easier to quit. Waking up in this review means being honest but gentle. It means looking at your life like a story you care about, not a report you need to perfect. It means pausing at the small wins, noticing the quiet joys, giving yourself credit for showing up. A conscious review is not about rewriting the past. It is about respecting it. It is about letting your past self be human, letting them make mistakes, letting them grow, and letting that growth guide how you move forward. Because the truth is, your past does not need to be rewritten. It needs to be remembered in a new light. And that light begins when you stop reviewing through fear and start reviewing through love. The Sleepy Evaluation. What if every moment of your life was being quietly scored, not by others, but by a voice inside you that never feels satisfied? Not a loud critic, but a quiet evaluator, always watching. The Sleepy Evaluation does not shout when you fall short. It simply makes you feel like you are never enough. It teaches you to measure your worth by invisible rules. You do not know who wrote them, but you obey them anyway. You wake up and immediately ask if you slept well enough. You look in the mirror and wonder if you look okay. You speak and immediately replay your words, wondering if they were smart enough, kind enough, useful enough. Every action becomes a moment to be rated. Every silence becomes something to question. And yet, you are the one doing the evaluating. It is your own mind that keeps the score, your own expectations that draw the lines. But you do not remember when you started doing this. You only remember the weight of it, the feeling that nothing is ever quite good enough. This kind of evaluation is never kind. It does not say you tried. It says you could have done more. It does not say you are learning. It says you are behind. It does not say you are human. It says you should know better by now. Sleepy evaluation is not about growth. It is about pressure. It makes you perform instead of live. It makes you pretend instead of be. It tells you that if you do everything right, maybe then you will feel peace. But peace does not live in perfection. It lives in presence. To wake up from this pattern, you must rewrite the rules. You must decide that effort matters more than outcome, that intention matters more than image, that how you feel is just as important as how things look. You must start asking different questions. Not did I do enough today, but did I live with honesty? Not was I impressive, but was I real? Not did they approve, but did I stay true to myself? When you change the way you evaluate, everything changes. You stop chasing worth and start recognizing it. You stop shrinking from your flaws and start learning from them. You stop performing and start being. And in that shift, you finally hear the voice inside you change. It becomes softer, kinder, more curious. It becomes a friend instead of a judge. And that is how you know you are no longer asleep in your own life. The Sleepy Assessment. Have you ever paused to ask how you are really doing, but realized you do not know what to look for? Not in your to-do list or your achievements, but in your energy, in your peace, in your presence. The Sleepy Assessment begins when you try to understand yourself, but use all the wrong tools. You count the tasks, the hours, the milestones, but you do not count the quiet. You do not count the breath. You do not count the truth. You assess yourself by standards that were handed to you. Be successful, be liked, be busy, be better, and you try, you keep up, you stay strong. But something always feels off, because the measures do not match your values. The metrics do not reflect your heart. So you assess, and you always come up short. Not because you failed, but because you are using someone else's scale. You are asking if you are enough based on a version of life that never belonged to you. Sleepy assessment is dangerous because it looks responsible. It looks thoughtful, but it is empty. It tricks you into thinking you are reflecting when you are really just comparing. You assess yourself the way a machine is assessed. Were you efficient? Were you productive? Did you complete the task? But you are not a machine. You are a person with feelings and layers and rhythm. Your value cannot be summed up in numbers or reviews. It lives in the moments no one sees, in the effort you give when no one is watching, in the tears you hold back and the ones you let go. To wake up from this sleepy evaluation, you must return to your own truth. Ask, how do I feel in my body right now? Where am I forcing something? Where am I flowing? What is alive in me, and what feels forgotten? These questions do not give easy answers, but they give real ones. And those real answers lead to deeper awareness, not judgment, not correction, just awareness. And that awareness is powerful, because once you truly assess yourself with compassion instead of pressure, you begin to see what matters. You begin to care more about how you feel and less about how you appear. You begin to move in a way that feels aligned, not just approved. That is the shift. That is the awakening. When your assessment becomes an act of care instead of critique, you stop trying to meet expectations and start trying to meet yourself. And in that meeting, you find a peace that no review or score could ever give. The Sleepy Appraisal. What if you were constantly measuring your life, but never stopped to ask who set the standard? You walk through each day evaluating your worth, your progress, your choices, as if some invisible evaluator is watching you with a clipboard. But that evaluator is not someone else. It is a voice you built slowly, from memories, from feedback, from expectations. The Sleepy Appraisal begins when you start believing that this voice is accurate, that its judgments are final, that its approval means you are doing well, and its silence means you are falling behind. You check your performance in everything, not just work, but in relationships, in how well you comforted someone, in how little you complained, in how useful you were to others. You appraise your emotions, thinking there are right and wrong ones. You appraise your past, grading each chapter like a report card. You appraise your future, expecting yourself to meet standards that you never questioned. And yet, none of these measurements feel satisfying. You reach a goal, but the praise fades. You meet a deadline, but the weight returns. You stay calm in a storm, but you still feel behind. That is the sleepy part. The loop that keeps running, even when it brings no clarity. The quiet exhaustion of always asking, "How am I doing?" and never feeling like the answer is enough. Sleepy Appraisal hides behind responsibility. It looks like self-awareness. It looks like motivation. But it is actually a form of fear. Fear that if you do not measure yourself constantly, you will fall apart. Fear that if you are not improving, you are failing. Fear that if you rest, you are wasting time. And yet, you never stop to ask who is doing the appraising, who decided what growth looks like, who told you that your softness needed to be tougher, that your sadness needed to be hidden, that your stillness needed to be filled. So many of your standards were inherited, not chosen. You absorbed them through culture, through family, through experiences that shaped you without your permission. To awaken from this sleepy evaluation, you must pause the measurement. You must begin to see yourself not as a project, but as a person, not as a work in progress, but as a whole being that is learning to live more fully. Appraisal is not wrong. It becomes dangerous only when it forgets to include your humanity. Start asking different questions. Not what did I achieve, but what did I feel proud of today? Not how did I perform, but where did I stay true to myself? Not how far have I come, but how deeply did I experience the moment I was in? You might realize that your best moments were not the ones that looked perfect. They were the ones where you were present, where you allowed joy without guilt, where you forgave yourself instead of fixing everything, where you let someone in even when it felt vulnerable. Sleepy Appraisal wants to keep you productive. Conscious Appraisal wants to keep you connected. One makes you chase your worth. The other helps you remember you already have it. So the next time you hear that internal evaluator whispering, pause, take a breath. Ask it who it is trying to impress. Ask it if the voice is even yours. And then, kindly, thank it for trying to help, but choose to look at yourself through different eyes. Eyes that see growth in the mess, strength in the softness, worth in the stillness. Because when you finally stop appraising your life like a task to complete, you begin to feel it as something sacred to experience. And that is where the real transformation lives, not in the numbers, not in the praise, but in the quiet, knowing that you are enough, even when no one is watching. The Sleepy Audit. What if someone quietly went through every part of your life, making a list of what is working and what is not, but you never knew it was happening? No alarms, no warnings, no urgent calls. Just a slow, quiet evaluation of your thoughts, your habits, your days. The Sleepy Audit is not about money or numbers. It is not about checking your bank account or calculating your progress. It is about the way you examine your own existence in the background of your mind, without really being present for it. You wake up and feel behind, but you cannot explain why. You do something kind and feel like it was not enough. You finish your day and still feel like you wasted it. That is the audit in motion. A quiet background process collecting data on everything you do, assigning value to it, and storing it without ever showing you the full report. You do not question where this audit came from. You do not remember agreeing to it. You just assume it is necessary, that it is responsible, that it is helping you stay accountable. But instead of clarity, it brings confusion. Instead of motivation, it brings exhaustion. The sleepy audit does not guide you. It burdens you. You begin to live under quiet pressure, to be more productive, to feel less emotion, to always do better. You feel guilty for resting. You feel anxious when you are still. You feel like something is wrong, even when everything looks fine. And still, you do not know why. That is because the audit is not based on truth. It is based on assumptions, on outdated beliefs, on internalized rules you never stop to question. You might think this inner audit keeps you in check, but really, it keeps you from peace. It whispers that you are only as worthy as your output, that unless you improve constantly, you are falling behind, that unless everything looks fine on the surface, something must be wrong underneath. But you are not a spreadsheet. You are not a series of checkboxes. You are a living being with seasons, with emotions, with needs that shift from day to day. You cannot be audited into happiness. You cannot be reviewed into wholeness. To wake up from this sleepy process, you must pause and ask who created this system, who told you that you always need to be better, who taught you that your feelings are distractions instead of signals, who convinced you that rest equals laziness. You do not have to shut off the audit. You just have to take over the controls. Start asking different questions. Instead of, did I do enough today? Ask, did I honor my energy? Instead of, did I meet the standard? Ask, is this standard even mine? Instead of, am I being productive? Ask, am I being honest? And as you start doing this, you begin to rewrite the audit itself. You begin to delete the columns that track how loud your laugh was, how perfect your words sounded, how quickly you bounced back from pain. You begin to add new ones, moments of presence, acts of courage, honest rests, tiny wins. The real audit is not about judging what you did. It is about understanding why you did it. It is about checking in with your soul, not your schedule. It is about seeing yourself clearly, not perfectly. When you live with this kind of awareness, the fog begins to lift. You stop grading every second. You stop fearing that you are falling short. You begin to trust yourself more. You begin to forgive yourself faster. You begin to see that your value is not in the report. It is in the life you are living, right now, even if it is quiet, even if it is slow, even if it looks like nothing special from the outside. So take the audit back into your own hands. Not to judge yourself, but to know yourself. Not to push harder, but to live softer. Not to fix what is broken, but to honor what is real. Because when the audit becomes conscious, it becomes kind. And when it becomes kind, you stop fearing what it might reveal. You start looking forward to it. You start seeing it as a way home. The Sleepy Survey. Have you ever felt like your life was silently collecting answers from you, even when you were not aware of the questions? As if someone, somewhere, kept asking how satisfied you were with things, but you never really knew how to respond. The Sleepy Survey does not come in the form of a paper or an online form. It is not a poll with clear boxes to tick. It is a slow gathering of your responses to each moment, each time you nod when you feel unsure, each time you say yes out of habit, each time you smile without joy. These are your answers. The strange thing is that most of this survey is taken without your attention. You are not given time to reflect before choosing your response. You are not told what is being measured. You simply live and the survey gathers everything. How many times did you rush through a conversation? How often did you ignore the discomfort? How deeply did you listen to yourself? The answers are there, buried in your patterns. Sleepy Survey is not about testing your truth. It is about collecting your automatic replies, the kind of responses that come from conditioning rather than curiosity. You tell someone you are doing fine, but the words taste empty. You follow a path that everyone said was right, but something in you feels unsettled. You say you are grateful, but part of you wonders if this is all there is, and yet you never stop to change the answers. Because the survey feels endless. There is no deadline, no grade, no feedback. So you keep responding with the same answers, even when they no longer fit who you are. Even when you have changed inside, the responses stay the same. That is what makes it sleepy. The way you answer out of memory instead of presence. The way you respond from your past instead of your now. You may not realize it, but every decision you make adds another data point. Every silence, every compromise, every time you dim your truth adds to the results. Over time, the survey builds a version of you that may not match your real self. It becomes a mirror of your caution, not your clarity. To awaken from this quiet questioning, you must pause and ask yourself, am I still giving the same answers because they are true or because they are familiar? You must begin to see that the survey is not there to trap you. It is there to remind you of the parts of yourself that you have been answering from without realizing. What if you started responding differently? What if you said no when it mattered? What if you admitted you were unsure instead of pretending to know? What if you expressed what you really felt, even if it was messy? Suddenly the survey would change. The pattern would shift. And the life you are building would reflect who you truly are, not who you have been taught to be. This is not about fixing every answer you have ever given. It is about being aware of the next one. About noticing when you are about to say something that no longer fits. About recognizing when your automatic responses are no longer aligned with your heart. You do not need to rush this process. It does not require a grand transformation. It begins with small changes. When someone asks how you are, answer with honesty instead of politeness. When you feel unsure, stay curious instead of rushing to decide. When you feel something deeply, let yourself feel it without apology. The more honest your responses become, the more the survey reflects the real you. And with that, something begins to shift. You stop living from the script. You stop repeating old replies. You start asking your own questions, rather than just answering the ones the world hands you. There will be moments where your new answers confuse people, where your honesty surprises even yourself. That is okay. That is part of waking up. It is not always smooth. It is not always easy. But it is always worth it. Because in the end, the most important survey is not the one others give you. It is the one you give yourself. The quiet questioning of your choices, your feelings, your direction. The kind of questioning that leads not to doubt, but to discovery. So next time life asks you how you are doing, take a breath. Do not rush to answer. Do not reach for the safe response. Let the moment speak. Let your truth rise. And when you respond from that place, the survey will not just reflect your life, it will help you reshape it, gently, honestly, fully awake. The Sleepy Scan. Have you ever gone through your entire day, checking everything around you, but forgetting to check yourself? Not in a physical way, but mentally and emotionally. You scan your environment for problems. You scan your plans for delays. You scan your messages for the right words. But when was the last time you paused long enough to scan your own inner world? The Sleepy Scan is a quiet process, almost automatic, where your mind glides over your emotions, your thoughts, and your needs, but never settles long enough to understand any of them. This scan does not look deep. It glances, it skims, it sees the surface, and assumes that is enough. You feel a moment of tension, and the scan moves on. You sense some sadness beneath your chest, but the scan does not linger. You feel tired, but tell yourself it is normal. And just like that, the scan is complete. but not truly. Because the scan was done while half asleep. It picked up signals but did not understand them. It marked areas but did not explore them. This is how the sleepy scan works. It gives the illusion of awareness without offering any depth. You think you have checked in with yourself, but really, you have just brushed over your truth. You begin to confuse this surface-level awareness for self-care. You say things like, "I know I am stressed," but you do not explore why. You say, "I am feeling a bit low," but you do not ask what part of you is hurting. It is easy to live this way, especially in a world that rewards speed. The scan becomes efficient. You learn to detect signals without processing them. You know how to smile through discomfort. You know how to work while feeling overwhelmed. You know how to keep going, even when something in you wants to pause. But this way of living comes at a cost. Slowly, the gap between what you feel and what you express begins to grow. The tension builds beneath the surface, and because the scan never slows down, you start missing the early signs. The real problem with the sleepy scan is that it becomes your default. You start believing that noticing something is the same as understanding it. You think being aware of your stress is the same as working through it. You think identifying a pattern is the same as healing it. But noticing without presence creates a backlog. Your emotions keep coming up, hoping you will pay attention. But you just keep scanning past them. To wake up from this quiet drift, you have to do something that feels unnatural at first. You have to slow down the scan. You have to pause when something catches your attention. You have to stay with the feeling instead of labeling it and moving on. When you feel that tightness in your chest, stay with it. Ask what it is trying to say. When you notice your jaw clenching, do not just loosen it. Ask what made you hold tension there in the first place. You do not need to scan your whole life at once. Just one moment is enough. One breath where you sit with your truth. One choice where you ask what you truly need. One pause before responding. In that pause, you shift from scanning to seeing, from reacting to feeling. The shift is gentle, but powerful. You begin to live with more clarity. You start noticing what actually matters. You begin to respond to your inner world, not just record it. The sleepy scan turns into a conscious one that listens instead of labels, one that cares instead of just records. And as this becomes a habit, your relationship with yourself starts to change. You become less afraid of your emotions, less disconnected from your choices, less confused about why you feel the way you do. You realize that you were never too complicated. You were just never fully scanned with care. Let your scan become a soft check-in instead of a silent sweep. Let it become a moment where you place your hand on your own shoulder and ask, "How are you really doing? What do you need that you have not allowed yourself to ask for? What are you feeling beneath the answers you have rehearsed?" It is not about fixing everything you find. It is about being with it, accepting it, letting it be known instead of ignored. Because what we feel seen in often begins to heal on its own. What we name with love often starts to lose its grip. So the next time you feel yourself scanning your day, scanning your inbox, scanning your tasks, pause. Scan yourself too. Not for flaws, not for improvement, but for truth, for care, for awareness that is willing to stay. This is the end of the sleepy scan, and the beginning of something deeper, something that feels like a conversation with your own soul, not rushed, not reactive, just real. And real is always where peace begins. The sleepy check. What if the small moments, when you tell yourself everything is fine, are actually the places where something is being ignored? Not because you are careless, but because you are used to functioning on autopilot. The sleepy check is not a complete check-in. It is a quick glance. It is the moment when you ask yourself how you are doing, but answer too fast to hear anything real. It is a surface-level question with a rehearsed answer. A routine check where the goal is not to understand, but just to move on. You do it without even noticing. You ask yourself if you are okay, and you say yes because you do not want to stop. You check if you are tired, and decide you will rest later. You check if you are angry, and brush it off with a joke. You check your progress, your goals, your plans, and tell yourself you are behind without asking why that even matters to you anymore. This sleepy version of checking in does not come from laziness. It comes from habit, from a life that has trained you to keep moving, to prioritize action over reflection, to get through the day instead of living inside it. You think you are being responsible. You think you are staying on track. But all you are really doing is skipping over the signals that are quietly trying to tell you the truth. The sleepy check is not a lie. It is just incomplete. It is the version of self-awareness that feels safe because it does not require change. You glance at your inner world, and if nothing seems to be on fire, you keep going. But just because something is not burning does not mean it is not breaking. Just because you can function does not mean you are thriving. You start measuring your state with shallow questions. Am I getting things done? Am I being strong? Am I holding it together? And you stop asking deeper ones. Am I actually connected to what I am doing? Am I allowing myself to feel? Am I listening to what I need? These sleepy check-ins create a quiet kind of numbness. You begin to live through patterns. You go to the same places, think the same thoughts, feel the same frustrations. But you do not stop long enough to understand them. You just confirm that they are still there. You do not explore. You do not heal. You just notice and move forward. To wake up from this pattern, you need to start asking the question differently. Not just how am I, but what part of me is speaking right now? What am I avoiding? What emotion did I ignore today? What small thing drained my energy? What small thing filled it? You begin to shift from quick confirmation to quiet attention. You stop checking like someone managing a schedule and start checking like someone tending to a garden. You listen for the subtleties. You allow things to unfold. You give space for complexity. A real check-in does not rush to answers. It allows space for silence. It sits with what is unclear. It accepts that sometimes the truth is not ready to be spoken yet, and that is okay. Because awareness grows slowly, not from pressure, but from patience. You might feel uncomfortable at first. You might want to go back to the quick check, the easy answers, the pretend clarity. But once you get used to slowing down, something starts to shift. You begin to feel more real in your own life. You begin to notice moments of beauty you used to pass by. You begin to hear parts of yourself that have been whispering for years. The more honest you become in your check-ins, the more alive you feel, and not just in the happy moments, in all of them. Even the painful ones, even the confusing ones. Because presence does not mean comfort, it means connection. And connection brings meaning. You stop checking to fix. You start checking to understand. You stop measuring your life by how well it looks. You start measuring it by how deeply it feels. You stop asking if you are okay and start asking, what do I need to care for myself today? The sleepy check starts as a shortcut, but it ends up stealing depth. You do not have to stop checking in. You just have to start doing it with care, with softness, with the kind of attention you would give to someone you love. So the next time you feel the impulse to move through your feelings quickly, pause, take a breath, ask a second question. Let the answer come slowly. Let the truth be incomplete. Let your check-in become a conversation, not a conclusion. Because you are not a task to be monitored. You are a life to be felt. And every time you check in with presence instead of habit, you bring yourself one step closer to the version of you that no longer just survives the day, but lives it with honesty, with depth, and with peace. The sleepy probe. Have you ever asked yourself a question that felt deep, but never really reached the core of what you were feeling? Like a soft nudge instead of a real exploration. You tell yourself you are reflecting, but somehow the reflection never brings any clarity. That is the quiet trick of the sleepy probe. It feels like investigation. It sounds like growth. But it stops before it goes far enough. It is a question asked without waiting for an honest answer. You might ask, why do I feel tired all the time? And then quickly answer it with something like, I am just overworked. Or maybe it is the weather. You might ask, why do I feel so distant from people lately? But instead of staying with the discomfort, you tell yourself everyone is just busy. You probe, but only on the surface. You touch the feeling, but you do not enter it. You name the symptom, but avoid the source. This happens because deep questioning requires stillness. It needs space. It needs time. But most of us live in a rhythm that does not allow for that. We are trained to be efficient, even with our emotions. We want quick clarity, instant breakthroughs, but the mind does not work that way. The heart certainly does not. And so we settle for the sleepy version of inner work, the type that looks like awareness but does not create any real change. The sleepy probe asks just enough to make you feel like you are doing something, but not enough to change anything. It often starts with sincere intent. You want to know yourself better. You want to heal. You want to grow. But every time the answer starts to feel uncomfortable, the probe pulls back. You switch the topic. You distract yourself. You accept the first explanation that feels safe. Even when your body knows that something deeper is waiting, this pattern is not weakness. It is protection. Your mind is trying to guard you from what it believes will hurt. But sometimes the things that hurt are the very things that heal once they are brought into the light. And to bring them there, you must learn to stay with the question, to not rush to comfort, to not cover the wound before you understand it. The real probe feels different. It is quieter, slower. It does not force you to find answers. It simply invites you to remain curious. Instead of asking, why am I feeling this? It might ask, when did this feeling first begin? Instead of asking, what is wrong with me? It might ask, what part of me feels unheard right now? It moves gently, but with intention. It does not drift away when things get real. It leans in. When you begin to practice this kind of presence, the sleepy fog begins to lift. You might uncover truths that surprise you. Maybe the sadness you thought was about work is actually about a deep longing for connection. Maybe the anxiety you labeled as stress is rooted in a fear of not being seen. Maybe the numbness you ignored is a sign that something inside you has stopped believing you deserve joy. These discoveries are not always easy, but they are honest. And in that honesty, something begins to shift. You begin to trust your inner world again. You begin to realize that your emotions are not enemies. They are messengers. You begin to feel less afraid of what is inside you. The sleepy probe avoids discomfort. The conscious probe makes space for it, because only through space can healing begin. This is not about solving every mystery inside you. It is about staying with the questions long enough that the answers can reveal themselves in their own time. You do not have to probe your entire life in one sitting. Start small. Sit with a question you usually avoid. Ask it again, but this time, stay. Listen not just with your mind, but with your body. Notice what it does, where it tenses, where it softens. That is where the truth lives. If silence comes, let it. If tears come, welcome them. If anger rises, do not run from it. Every emotion has a story, and every story begins to heal the moment you allow it to be told without judgment. You might find yourself reaching for distraction. That is normal. The sleepy probe is comfortable because it keeps you busy without asking too much, but comfort without depth will never give you peace. So gently, bring yourself back. Back to the question, back to the pause, back to the breath. Over time, you will notice a change. Your questions will feel more alive. Your answers will feel more honest. You will stop treating your emotions like problems to fix and start seeing them as parts of you that want to be heard. The sleepy probe is a habit. The conscious probe is a practice. One takes you in circles. The other takes you inward. So ask the question again, but this time, ask it as if you truly want to know. And when the answer begins to whisper back, even if it trembles, stay long enough to hear it, because inside that trembling voice might be the truth you have been trying to reach for years. Not loud, not perfect, just real. And that is always where healing begins. The sleepy exploration. What if you believed you were exploring yourself, but never really left the familiar path? You tell yourself you are on a journey of self-discovery. You read books. You write in journals. You listen to your emotions. But the exploration feels shallow, repetitive, safe. The same thoughts spin around. The same fears repeat. The same goals come back in cycles. And deep down, something in you knows that the journey never really began. That is the nature of the sleepy exploration. It tricks you into thinking you are going somewhere, while keeping you in the same place. It often starts with a real desire. You want to understand yourself. You want to grow. You want to feel more alive. But then the exploration is shaped by what is comfortable. You only ask questions you already have answers to. You only reflect on memories you have made peace with. You only allow feelings that feel acceptable. The rest remains untouched, like a closed door in a house you claim to know well. You walk past that door every day, pretending the room behind it is not part of you. The sleepy exploration is soft. It is non-threatening. You do not have to challenge your beliefs. You do not have to break any patterns. You just circle around your usual stories and call it growth. You say you are changing, but you still react the same way when someone disrespects you. You still avoid the same conversations. You still hide the same parts of yourself. This is not because you are not capable of change. It is because the exploration never went deep enough to reach the root. There is a part of you that stays asleep on purpose, not because it is lazy, because it is afraid of what will be uncovered if you keep digging, afraid of who you might lose if you speak your truth, afraid of what you might have to let go of if you fully wake up. And so you keep the exploration quiet. You stay in known territory. You tell yourself it is progress. You say, at least I am trying. And yes, trying matters, but so does honesty. And deep honesty will always ask more of you than comfort allows. To awaken from this sleepy state, you must ask yourself, what have I been avoiding while pretending I am growing? What stories do I keep telling myself even when they no longer feel real? What questions am I afraid to ask because I already know the answer will change everything? Real exploration is not loud. It is not about constant breakthroughs. It is about quiet courage. It is about walking into the part of yourself you have ignored. It is about standing still in a place that scares you and saying, I am ready to understand this now. Not fix it, not judge it, just understand it. That might mean going back to a memory you have buried, not to relive the pain, but to see what you left behind there. It might mean speaking a truth you have swallowed for years, not to hurt others, but to finally hear yourself. It might mean letting go of a version of you that helped you survive, but no longer helps you live. This kind of exploration is not about intensity. It is about presence. When you are fully present with what is happening inside you, the exploration becomes alive. It leads you in directions you did not expect. It teaches you things you cannot learn from books. It opens you to emotions that make you feel more human, not less. And in that process, something beautiful begins to happen. You start to trust yourself. Not just the parts you show the world, but the parts you once hid. You start to feel whole. Not because everything makes sense, but because you are no longer pretending that you are just one thing. You allow the contradictions. You accept the confusion. You learn to sit with your complexity instead of trying to simplify it. There will still be moments when you want to return to the sleepy version of this journey. That is normal. It is easier, safer. But now you will notice it. You will feel the difference, and that awareness will gently pull you back to truth. You are allowed to explore slowly. You are allowed to take breaks. You are allowed to change direction. But you are not meant to stay stuck in circles calling it movement. You are not meant to repeat the same lessons while pretending they are new. You are not meant to avoid the wild parts of your soul while calling yourself free. Let your exploration be real. Let it challenge your beliefs. Let it dissolve your masks. Let it open doors you once locked. You do not have to be ready for all of it. You just have to be willing. Willing to stay present when it is uncomfortable. Willing to keep going when it is unclear. Willing to tell the truth even if your voice shakes. Because the deeper you explore, the more you discover that you are not broken. You are just layered, not lost, just learning, not behind. Just becoming. And in that space the sleepy exploration ends. The real journey begins, not as a straight path, but as a return to yourself, one honest moment at a time. And that's Ithop You're in Peace. Just consider subscribing, because sleep matters. Just then, stress scatters, and nothing else matters, right? Peace out.